T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. That was the Gorillas right there on Feel Good Incorporated. Oh man, it's another beautiful day. $43.91, 36,000 in volume. Today I titled the show "Keep AMC the Focus." So why did I title it that? Let me show you. I'm gonna go to my recently viewed. I just want to show LCID has dropped. It's not showing the huge amount of volume that it was having before, and lo and behold, what's happening to the price? I think I need to pull out to 30 minutes. It's dropping as well. I mean, it's just kind of stagnant as of right now, but I would not say that this is any type of play whatsoever. This is not something I would invest in. There may be signals here that are trying to lead people here, but I can see that people are staying away from that. That's good. SPRT, I don't know what signals are showing there. It had its run up to $59.69, and now it's back down all the way down to about 27 bucks. These plays are over, guys. The volume is incredibly high. 360,000 shares traded so far this morning. That's extremely high for a stock that only typically trades 14 million in volume in a day. This is we need to stop focusing on these things. BBIG, another one. It had a run up to about $10, came back down. This actually might be about where Spirit's at right now. I mean, it could have another run up. They do look similar chart wise. But you know, it went back. This one shot up from about $5 up to $11 and is kind of consolidating some more. 357,000 shares traded this morning. We're losing our volume to Spirit and BBIG. We're just losing it. We're losing all of our volume to those two. If we had this kind of volume this morning, the hedge funds would be crapping their pants. But we only have 36,000, which is low. You know, that's the kind of low that you see when we're probably going to hit like maybe a 70 million share traded for the day. So we had that correction yesterday, and I think it's going to continue a correction in volume. We're going to see that correction again today, and I do expect to see us go down in price with with that. So that $39 ends up becoming a reality. My dog's over here visiting with me. Hey, Bruno. Let's see here. $43.95. So I'm going to stop talking about those from now on. You know, it's not. They're distractions. They're distractions. They're placed there on purpose to try and sway volume away from where it can hurt the most, and we know where that is. So, having said that, I'm going to start refreshing some of my screens, and we'll go over some of the technical analysis on what we got going on with our stock for today. I had a hard time going to sleep after that time zone adjustment. I had to go, when I flew from California back to Texas, it was a 2-hour difference. So I'm still trying to get the hang of things. I didn't go to bed till like midnight. It didn't help that I was watching a new TV series. Alright, let's see what we got here, guys. Switching you over. What are we missing? We're missing this bad boy right here. There we go. Popped up. All right. So short exempt volume. I'm going to need to pull up all this stuff over here on the side screen. Let's see if they updated that on Stonk Tracker, if it still is indeed updating. Yep, 361. 361.9. So let's modify that. Utilization. Utilization appears to be 92.82. So utilization is up slightly. And day over day price increase was a negative amount. Negative 7.3. That completely wipes out our run. We almost had 3 days in a row over 5%. That would have been nice. Format the cell. Alright, True Demons data is corrected. Alright, so everything's up to date on the page. Institutional investors, top right hand corner. We have total institutional shares at 127.7, which is the same. It appears that our max pain today has increased from $40 to $41. So yesterday I was saying I could see them dropping the price down to $39.75 as a 20% drop. With max pain increasing to 41, that means that they've leveraged enough to be able to increase that value. So we may only see 40. As long as they get under 41, that should be enough. So I would expect to see something under 41 at some point today. Dark pool percentage that shows up here on right here next to me on the dark pool exchange is at 59.08, and Stonko Tracker is showing 64.7. So let's figure out where the difference is. Let's see. This is what I've been waiting for. I want to get this right. I want to figure out what the difference is between the reporting. So I'm going to take 64.7 minus 59.08. It comes up with a 4.38 difference. I don't see an exact number that comes up with that. Two, 3, 4.38. Close. If I added up the CBOE, BZX, the MEMX, and the IEX, and it came up with 4.72, which is close. Let's try 2.07 plus 1.98 plus 0.43. That's 4.48. That's really close too. Okay, it might be something like that, along those lines. Let me pull up the actual page. I started adding up a whole bunch of the stuff that was on the on that page. I don't think I'm going to get a good number. Let me try something else. 2.07 plus 1.98 plus yeah, I'm not sure. We'll just have to accept that it's like a 5-point difference, basically, 5% difference, and it pretty much gets us close enough because 64.7. Stonk Tracker is reporting 64.7, and this page here is giving us 59.08, which is a 5.62 difference. I'm just going to go with the NYSE ARCA and add that to it and call it close enough from now on, because we'll see how that stands over a couple days and see what happens. See if it's close enough there. It might be that one. It might be the ARCA and maybe one other one like let's see, 0.05 NYSE National. And we'll just try that. See what happens. We'll try that for tomorrow. See if those align, and see if that comes up with the same number as dark pools for Stonk Tracker. Okay, looking at more other data here. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is 17.08%, and let's look at open interest here on the call and put contracts for the options. We have the highest level of open interest at $50 for the calls at 27.9. That is up from 21.7. 27.9. On the put side, we've got highest open interest at $38. So they moved it down. $38 instead of 40, it went down to 38 bucks. 38 bucks has 10.2. And I'm going to scroll down just a tad bit on that page. At 95, we have 27.3. So at $95 strike price, it was 16.8 thousand contracts. Those are our lottery ticket winners. It's now up to 27.3. As of yesterday, the highest amount of borrowing that I saw was negative 215.9 thousand shares returned. But I do know if we pull up Ortex, you'll see that that actually increased, and I think that is showing. Ortex is currently showing current data, so we can go ahead and pull that up over here, so you guys can see that. I already have the on-loan averaged age per day. It did increase. It went from 57.29 to 57.53. The amount of loans also increased, meaning that they're kind of both tracking upwards. We increased on loan by about 1.1 million from 105.3 to 106.4, which means utilization did go up, which means no new shares probably hit the market. I'm going to go ahead and pull over my little handy dandy tracking notepad over here and my calculator, and we'll figure it out. Let's see, 106 shares on loan, 106.42 divided by 0.9282, 114.6. So 200,000 new shares did appear. Yesterday, the total amount of shares available to borrow was a 114.4, so it did increase by 0.2, bringing, excuse me, bringing the total for amount of shares that are available to borrow today to 8.232. So the amount of shares did drop that are available to borrow from 9.06 to 8.232. Almost getting real close to about 1 million shares dropped in all. I know up here it says that they had a return of 215.9, but I didn't refresh at the end of the day yesterday. That was my bad. It could have been that they may have borrowed more shares at the very end of the day and I missed it. But based on what I'm seeing here, I would say that they borrowed at least, this increased by 0.2, probably somewhere around 6 to 800,000 shares. Volume prediction for today is not going to be this high. I'm just going to go ahead and set it for 60 to 80, but we'll see what 7 a.m. Spike looks like. Let's see how utilization looks on here. There's the, oh, it's not reporting the current utilization for today. It's only showing, it'll be a spike back up to in between these two values in these 2 days here. Cost to borrow, it doesn't really look like it's going up at all. I think that's pretty much everything to cover on here. Let's check and see real quickly if there's any new alpha trading signals for this. Okay, I don't see any new alpha trading signals. I do want to click in here for just a second and see. Okay, this didn't count down. I was thinking this needed a countdown, but the 25th of August, we had a short squeeze type 3 that had a 2-day timer attached to it. So the 25, 26, 27th would have been the day. What did we have happen on the 27th? Not really a whole lot. Actually, it did start to peak up a little bit after the 27th. I'm really loving how this is looking right here, though. I mean, this is really beautiful. I think that this spike up right here that we're having currently is, you know, it's going to be spiking up. We're going to be seeing something like this popping up again, but over here. Once these do start reporting. It's looking pretty good, guys. It's looking really, really good. All right, stonk tracker. Petridge Farm remembers, and so does stonk tracker. 85,000 shares. Oh, dang, guys, look at this. Holy Toledo. They borrowed some shares today, big time. 4.4 million shares on the ETFs, down to 1.7. 85,000 available shares. They borrowed the crap out of today. Holy smokes. That's going to be interesting. Can't wait to see that reported on Ortex and see what happens there. 38,000 contracts on the call side are in the money. 102 out of the money on the puts. So quite a big difference right there. It's massively deleveraged. It's getting close to a 3-to-1 ratio. Again, dark pool percentage over here on Stonk Tracker, 64.7% traded in the dark pools yesterday. That is down 0.1% from the previous day. Short exempt volume was down about 120,000. Short percentage increased. Man, I'm really shocked by the borrowing that occurred this morning, especially on the ETF side. They might be having to cover for failure to delivers today. If they have to cover today for failure to delivers, and they need to borrow, 4 million shares to do so, we could see a massive green day today. If they have to do buying. This will be interesting. This will be very, very interesting to see what happens today. I'm really, really kind of excited to see how that's going to play out. Oh, gosh darn. There we go. All right, how's the market doing? 3,836 advancers to 2,862 decliners. So the market is advancing over declining. Nasdaq is up 0.33%, Dow Jones is up down 0.1%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.05%. In the pre-market hours, we're up 0.66%, 39.65. Oh, my picture's up there. Gosh darn it. There we go. Volume at 39.67 thousand shares. We got about 30 minutes until that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. If we move out, Robinhood is up 1.71 in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.31% in the pre-market. Cinemark 1.35, Doge 0.47, GME 0.2, and we are up 0.69%. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Our volume is a little bit low right now. I'd love to see something more along the lines of a couple 100,000 right now. 300,000-400,000 would be ideal. Our inflow versus outflow yesterday, it looks like it ended at about, let's see, what do we got here? 60 point spread. 61 point spread between inflow and outflow. I'm going to click on this Amazon news. I don't like having little flags up here. Yeah, nothing really important. I'm throwing this up so you guys can see it. We're number 3 on the trending list. We have 59% buys over 41% sells. Look who's above us. They're stealing the volume. BBIG and LCID. GME has slipped off of the list again. and they are currently at spot 11. They just barely slipped off the list, and they do have more buys than sells, 59.41. Same ratio we have on AMC. What did we end the day in volume yesterday? Well off of what I was predicting. Well off. I was so far wrong. I was like, I think my high was double what we ended at. 82.5 million shares traded yesterday. Yeah. We lost a lot of steam. We lost a lot of steam right around 10 o'clock in the morning, and it just never showed back up again. Man, my stomach is upset with me today. Okay, 43.95 seems to be a level of support and resistance. We're just kind of hovering right around that value right now. I know we're a little bit lower than that right now, but oh no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the main price here. We're 43.96. We're right at it. On the 30-minute interval, our RSI is on the low side, 41.49. We are creeping up. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all my lines here. I love this new feature. We are creeping up, and I'm going to flash it back up here real quick. If you see this wedge that I created here, we're creeping up the bottom side of that wedge. If we were going to stay in this, we would have to have an update today overall. And I'll tell you what, there's two patterns formed here. I mean, at least from what I'm seeing. You've got that wedge, right? And then you've got, do you guys remember this guy? Well, I wish I could get rid of just one thing. But we over 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, we have a inverted shoulder and head pattern, which is a bullish indicator. Because we've drawn this a couple times in the past. Oh, nuts. I'm trying to zoom out here and I can't. I like drawing a nice little happy face around this. I call them the eyes and the mouth, but you know it's really shoulders, head, shoulders is what it's supposed to be. But it looks like a happy face when you draw a circle around it. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely a bullish pattern. I would have drawn the breakout. I'll go ahead and draw it now since I got it up here. I would have suspected the breakout to be somewhere around like this time frame here. So we could see a good price jump up today, up to maybe $45, $46, and then tomorrow the breakout like midday or in the aftermarket hours. leading up to around 48, 49 bucks, and then Tuesday, it would be Tuesday next week because we're off Monday. Don't forget that we have a nice long weekend this weekend coming up. So on Monday, what day is that? The 6th. Monday the 6th would be possible big breakout day. I still feel like I see, from what I'm seeing right now, I really feel like what I'm seeing is a setup for the hedge funds to try and drop the price down to just below 41 bucks. Yesterday it was looking like 39.75, and I said don't be surprised if we see 39. Our max pain increased from 40 to 41, which means that they might not have to go that far. I said 39.75 because that happens to be a 20% decrease in price from 48.60 in the pre-market that we hit yesterday, which was a high. So let me see here. Let me just see where 41.50 takes us to. That would be a 14.6% drop. That would be a stopping point. So typically what happens is they'll drop the price to like around 15% or so. They'll stop and they'll see what happens with the market, and they'll see if the market wants to take off or if it wants to continue to drop down on its own, so they don't have to try and force ladder attack it down. They'll stop at these like incremental points. I can't really say where they're at because they kind of change up over time, but 15% is a good number, and they'll just let it sit and ride for a little while and see what happens. If the stock market starts to pick back up again and the price goes up, then they short ladder tack it down to a lower percentage, and they just keep ladder tacking it down, stopping at certain points to try and get a feel for if the market's going to take over on dropping the price or not. And that's basically what a short ladder attack is, down to 20%. Those synthetic price failures. 41.50 gets them to 14.6%. If they dropped it to 41.50 early in this morning, I could see them kind of releasing at some point and trying to see if it'll go back down. It does allow them to cover. Let me see at 40.50. 40.50 is 16.7%. They could drop it maybe down that far and then release it and let it see what happens, and at that point the market could just take off on them, and they would have no control at that point, which could be the huge run up that they may be afraid of today, and they may also be buying all those shares to cover failure to delivers that they have to cover for. In which case they're buying. They'll have to simulate buying shares on the market, which is going to increase the price as well. So I could see that. I could see it drop down to 40.50. So I'm raising it from 39.75 to 40.50 to try and get. Let me see what my level of supports are at that price range. What do we got down here? I don't think I have anything. 39.31. I don't really have anything in that range. I'd have to set up a Fibonacci for that price range and see what the levels of support and resistance are. I'm going to delete these real quickly, guys. I kind of want to see what that comes up with. So bear with me for just a second here. Go back out to the 5-minute interval, and essentially I'm going to look for something in the price range of. This might work. No, a little too high. Here's a good one right here. We'll take that. I'm just going to lock it in because it's within our. It's something I can use for where we're at right now. So down at the $40 range, it looks like it's still not good enough. It's too big of a run up. It does look like there's a level of support basically at 40.92. And that's just under 41, which they could kind of cover a lot of their puts, open positions. There's got to be something else in here though, in that range. Do we not have anything else? We don't have anything else I can really grab in that range. I'm not seeing anything. Here's a nice little run up. I'll try this one real quick here. Alright, now let's drive back into where we're at. Looks like there's level support 39.45. That's it right there. I'm going to move all these down a little bit. We're going to start doing price predictions next week again. This week, we're just kind of letting it go a little bit, giving everybody a little extra time to rest up on having to get those in. So I'm going to put one of my orange lines right where I think it's going to get to. Right here. I'm calling it 30, let's see, 40. Probably right around here. So if the price were to drop today, I think that would probably be the lowest it'll get to is about 40, 50. I don't have any Fibonacci set up now for the price range we're in. All right, here we go. I have to create one more. It's going to get messy. I'm probably going to have to delete. I'm going to be completely wrong about today, and I'll probably have to delete all these later. It happens, guys. It's just really hard to kind of predict what's going to happen with this stuff. But I do see them trying to attack the price down today. I mean, it's pretty evident in the fact that they borrowed a crap ton of shares. I mean, they just really borrowed a lot of shares right now. If you guys are just waking up to this and you're wondering, like, what am I talking about? Stonk Tracker shows, I'll pull it back up here real quick for you guys. You'll see that about at 6:16 they borrowed pretty much nearly all the 400,000 almost. So they borrowed about 300,000 shares from the just regular shares, and then on the ETF side they borrowed 4.5 down to 1.7. So what is that? I can't math right now. Yeah, 2.8 million shares plus the 300,000. So basically 3 million shares they just borrowed this morning. That's a lot. That's every time we've ever seen them borrow that many shares in a day. I've always said 3 million shares. If you see 3 million shares hit on a borrow for the day on Ortex, that's going to be a big day. What are we at now? I don't have Ortex up. Let's see. It's not showing anything quite yet. We'll have to probably wait till the market opens. We still got about 15 minutes left before we have our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. $43.96 is still holding as a level of support. That's a lot of shares being borrowed. So I wanted to cover something with you guys this morning. There was an article that came out last night. It said something about failure to delivers being like 1,088% higher than I'm not sure exactly what it was saying it was supposed to be at. I'm going through Reddit here trying to find it real fast. I'll give credit, I guess, to whoever I find first. Actually, I don't know why I'm searching on new. I should just go straight to hot. I'm sure that's going to be up there. And then Adam Aaron tweeted last night that September 24th is World Gorilla Day. So on 9/24, rent any of the 9 Planet of the Apes movies on AMC Theaters on demand. We will give all of the $3.99 proceeds to the Dane Fossey Gorilla Fund and the Wildlife Conservation Society. I thought that was kind of cool. I'm getting close. Where is it at? I should just type in the number. I know what it was. The one thing that I had a problem with is like it basically says that failure to delivers are up like by 1,088% of, and then that's the part I don't know of. I don't know what is it up from? How do we know? Okay, so the first person I found, I'm going to give credit to Don Pablo Escobar. AMC fails to deliver up to 1,088% in the latest data came out about an hour ago. That was 20 hours ago this was posted. I'm pulling up the article. Let's see if we can make some sense of it. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and throw this up on the page so you guys can see it too. Major new data just came out today from the SEC. It shows failure to deliver in AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated up 1,088% in the first half of August. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 million percentage. It says number of failure to delivers. It doesn't say percentage. 1 million? Is that, if that's true, hold on a second. That's crazy. I have to pull up Vortex here just to see. Yeah, if that's true, like our highest spike we've ever had was this one right here, and that was 5.4. Okay, so it's actually not as high as I would have thought. That's 5.4 million right there. So it's not that high, really. It's only like, it's like these candlesticks that are right here. These are about 1 million right here. So in actuality, that's what it's reporting. It's reporting basically what we saw already. We saw that, but we're seeing an increase, right? It's increasing, so it is big news, but it's not the kind of news that's showing this kind of stuff over here. But it's coming. You can tell it's coming because of what's happening with the data. What's being reported currently is just what happened. Second half of August, is that? First half of August. So it's what happened half a month ago. Where we're at right now, I would suggest is probably more like getting into these kind of areas right here. Yeah, yep, getting into some kind of area like this right here. As these numbers start to squeeze back together, we're probably going to see stuff like this starting to happen, and then the big price boom. So we want to start seeing on loan average age per day starting to drop, which means they're covering, which will probably happen today because they borrowed all those shares. They borrowed a crap ton of shares. Hopefully that shows back up here soon on Ortex. These failure delivers sometimes happen for benign reasons, but when massive failure delivers occur in a stock over a sustained period, it's often a sign of naked short selling. Naked short selling is illegal practice of intentionally selling shares short. Betting against them without ever borrowing the shares is required. This is a powerful tool to distort markets since you never have to actually obtain any shares. You can sell as much as you want, pushing down the price. The fails to deliver an AMC are truly enormous, and after falling significantly last month, they're back with a vengeance. As of August 13th, the last day in the series, AMC's failure delivers were 157 times larger than Apple's. Apple is the largest stock in the market at 113 times AMC's market cap. How could there be so much questionable activity in such a small stock? I strongly suspect illegal trading, likely on the part of hedge funds. Maybe they're trying to make back some of their losses. More on AMC. Who wrote this? Who's the author? Tremendous blog. Don't know who that is. But yeah, nonetheless, pretty crazy. There was something else that I saw too last night on Reddit as well. That was really kind of exciting to see, and it was that the dark pools guy had posted something. I wonder if I can look him up. Which is appropriate elk 3827. That's somebody that was requested that I try to get an interview with. Trying to look up his posts. He had a really interesting post that I saw. Here it is right here. So, hats off to appropriate elk, the dark pool guy. Wrote something about interrupting your regularly scheduled programming to bring you a breaking an ape legal loophole. The Onion Futures Act of 1955 was amended in 2010 to add motion picture box office futures to the list of banned futures contracts. So essentially, he's suggesting that there's illegal trading happening because of this act. I'll post a link to this. I don't feel like reading it all, but it is kind of cool stuff to kind of go over. If that, there may be some legal ground or merit to this, so you can check that out. We're having a nice run up. It's not even 7 a.m. Holy smokes! I mean, this could be the all the shares that we saw borrowed. Let me get my stuff back on the screen for you guys. I'm gonna refresh or text just to see if it's showing anything. Nope, still nothing. Let's see, so based on the calculations that we did this morning, it doesn't mean that they can't find more shares to be borrowed, but as of the calculations this morning, there was only 8.2 million shares left to borrow. So 8.2 million shares, if they just borrowed basically 3 million shares, that brings them down to 5 million shares. Let's see, we add on top shares on loan, let's see, would be 106 to 109. I'm trying to do a little reverse math here. 109, we'll just call 190 even. Well, we'll call it 109.4. 109.4. That would put utilization up to 95%. 95.46%, which is actually pretty big. Okay, so look at that big run up, and then all of a sudden we have our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, and look what's going to happen here. All right, so I can tell you right now that my price prediction today, or my volume prediction, I should say. I'm not going to do price prediction today, but we'll start that back up next week. But volume prediction today is going to be trash. I can just tell you that right now. I can just see it. If this starts to explode, like I'm thinking it's going to, just based on the amount of shares that have been borrowed so far this morning, then I would suggest that my volume is going to be way off. I mean, because as of right now, we're only showing 111,000, which would probably put me in the range of saying that we'll probably trade around 60 to 80 million shares for the day. But if this does start to spike up, that'll be trash because once we get some players that start buying into this. See, this is the situation I was talking about. For all those people who are in other stocks who have started pumping up other stocks that look like they were going to have small short squeezes, their money is going to now be tied up in those stocks, and if they try to sell, they have to wait 2 days before that money is available. The only play that people could have possibly had a play on and then had money available by now, assuming that they sold, was SPRT. So if they did get out 2-3 days ago, their money's already cleared and they should be able to invest into this, which is good. But the people who started making plays on BBIG, LCID, any of these other ones that are looking like plays out there are going to have their money tied up, and unfortunately, they're probably going to lose money because they're going to spike. This is what This is the dangerous game that you play when you try to chase other stocks, meme stocks. You play the game of losing the potential that you could have had in AMC. So I personally myself, because I can't tell you what to do, I personally myself don't want to miss an opportunity with a single dime on AMC because I know how explosive this is going to be. Those other plays are chump change in comparison, just chump change, and I would hate to miss even $500 going into AMC would be too much to miss out on. So keep AMC the focus, right? I mean, that's why today's title is that strictly that, you know. If our volume is disappearing, it's because it's going someplace else. We got to keep the volume up. All right, time to refresh, guys. I'm gonna go through and refresh all of my data, and we'll go over to technicals one more time here. On the hour, every hour. I'm a little behind right now. Actually, you know, there is not really a whole lot that can be updated. Other than Ortex. So for those of you who are just joining for this morning, I'll pull it up here so you can see it. 127.7 million institutional ownership. It's the same. It's been that way for a couple weeks now. Dark pools yesterday, we traded at about 64.7%, which is not what's showing right here, but you know, I'm using this page anyways. I'm going to use it. We'll just kind of figure about 4 or 5% higher than whatever it shows. It seems to be pretty regular. That's what we traded on the dark pools yesterday. You'll see short exempt volume on True Demons indicators. Short exempt volume was at 361, which was down from yesterday. Utilization is up from 92 point, I think it was 02 yesterday to 92.82, so ever so slightly up. Day over day price increase dropped 7.3%. We had 2 days running where it was looking really good, and then yesterday happened. A little bit of a setback. I tend to think that they're going to try and drop today's price down to try to drop it under 41 with the amount of shares that they've borrowed so far today. I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll see. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is 17.08%. That is increasing. That's an interesting stat that I hadn't really looked at to see what it's doing day over day. I'm gonna have to take a look at that later. Again, on the options on the call side, open interest is at 27.9 for the calls. On the put side, the highest open interest is 10.2 on the puts at $38. That decreased from $40 down to 38. So there's a bigger spread. There's now a $12 spread between the high and the low of the puts and the calls. And at $95, our lottery ticket winners are up to 27,300. Or sorry, 27.3 thousand options that are open there. Yesterday, our highest volume was in the calls was $50, and our put side was 40. Let's see here. So shares available to borrow. It looks like they are starting to return some. Probably done creating their synthetics. In the money, 32,000 contracts on the call side. Out of the money on the put side is 101,000. So a pretty big difference there, 3 to 1. Dark pool percentage yesterday again 64.7, 36 361,000 short exempt volume, 41.5% short percentage interest. I think that's interest. Short percentage? Oh, that's how much. That's what percentage they shorted. 41.5%. We can see failure to deliver is increasing. So this is the new data here, and this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. That 1,088% increase. That's when it jumped from basically 160 to 900,000 shares. Failed to deliver. They'll really start getting into trouble when it gets up to like 3 million or so. Let's check out our markets. I'm gonna have to wait for this to update because I didn't switch the screen in time. It does appear that we might be having a Reddit blackout currently. The last new post that I see here is 17 hours ago, unless I just didn't update it correctly. Let me see. Let me make sure. Okay, never mind. It's showing up 1 minute ago. This is posted by Financial Finger 7. S3 has upgraded AMC squeeze score probability to 97.5 out of 100 as of yesterday, September 1st. As of the 31st of August, it was 87.5, so it jumped up like 10 points in a single day on a day that we were red, nonetheless. Advancers 3,836 to decliners 2,862. The Nasdaq is up 0.33, the Dow Jones down 0.1, and the S&P 500 up 0.05. Robinhood is up 2.2%, but still underneath their opening IPO price. Amazon is at $34.79, which is a little bit lower than it was yesterday. They must have had some. I'm kind of curious where they lost the money at, because I know that they were. Oh, okay. At the end of the day yesterday, Amazon took a dump. They were at $35.25 and dropped all the way as low as $34.72. So they had a little bit of a drop at the end of the day yesterday, because I knew they were doing well for most of the day yesterday. Let's see, Cinemark 0.53%, up 0.53%, Doge up 2.3%. Looks like we got a little bit of a spike in the Doge coin. Well, that'll be coming back down eventually. GME is up 0.9%, and we are up 1.05% currently, with 126,000 shares. We're testing 44.15 as a level of support currently. We do have quite a few orders to support that range. On a 30-minute interval, our RSI is currently at 45.49. Yeah, 45.49. Excuse all the nastiness I have on the page here. I guess I do want to point out that we're crawling up this very bullish wedge that I've created here. It's hard to see with this Fibonacci that I've got, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete it for now. What you're seeing here is we're crawling up this wedge, the bottom side of this wedge here. If they do drop us down today, you know, I kind of figured that the lowest it would probably go is around 40, right here at the orange line, 40.52, 40.50 range. If they do get us down that low, I would expect a sharp return back up. But if they don't push us down below this line, then we'll likely see a big increase today, because we have to end the day at least at around 44, 42, which is, I mean, it's only half a dollar higher than where we're currently at, but to stay inside this trend, that's where we would need to be. We are showing signs of a inverted head and shoulders, so you have a shoulder, head, shoulder. That is a bullish indicator. The triangle pattern that we have here is a bullish indicator. So two different indicators within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 day span, starting on the 8th day. Very bullish indicators, both of those, showing signs of us moving upwards more. So, you know, they borrowed a crap ton of shares this morning. We'll see what ends up happening with those. Those are usually indicative of green days, when you see especially 3 million or more shares borrowed on the day. Let's see where we're at here. Still no reports on borrowed change. On a 5-minute interval, we are at 54.90 for RSI. So we have room to move up on both 5-minute and 30-minute intervals for RSI. I would suggest probably the 1 hour as well. On the 1 hour, it's looking like 41.89. Yeah, so we've got plenty of room for this to pop today. Oh, it's looking like a green day. How you guys doing out there? You guys are kind of quiet today. It's making me nervous. Why are y'all so quiet? Why you guys lurking? We do have a sell wall at 44.12 of 8,000 shares. With the amount of shares that were borrowed today, it depends on where they use those. If they use those to try and knock the price down, then we'll see these big sell walls showing up over here in the order to book. I'll make that a little bit larger for you guys for just a minute. So these walls in here will be pretty big. Nothing too drastically high right now. But, you know, I do suspect that these will start to be bigger if they use those shares to try and drop the price. More realistically, I think what we're probably going to see is that they're going to use those shares to cover for failure delivers. There's some pretty massive failure delivers that are starting to build up, and that would probably be what they will use those for. Bad back 007. I've not seen you here before. Hope it's green, but its Fridays are notorious red, aren't they? Yes, they are notorious. Fridays are notorious for being red. However, 100% of the time, I believe since January, or the beginning of this year, that every time we've had a green Friday, we've had a green Monday. We don't have Monday market this week, this next week, but it would be a green Tuesday, I guess. But yeah, that's it. All depends. We'll see what ends up happening. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel. Bad back 007. Did you play too much 007 when you were younger? Is that how you got your bad back? I played that game before I even knew what a speed run was, and I remember I figured out to look down and like run sideways, and you could like basically make it through like some levels without even getting touched. It was kind of weird. I played a lot of that game. GoldenEye. And don't forget, today's not Friday. Today's still Thursday. Don't get ahead of ourselves. We still have time. So I mean, it's an interesting thing to see what's happening right now. I see what appears to be a push to try and drive the price down to, maybe $40.50. Um, but if this does start to spike up in price and we can keep it 45 or higher, that's really going to hurt on the options for Friday. Really, really bad. So we'll see what happens. See, elevator dropped you a couple floors a while ago. Luckily, just in bad back, not deadlock or paralyzed back. Holy crap! Dropped me a couple floors. A couple's 20 feet. Is that how far you fell? 20 feet? That's insane. I've always wondered what it would be like to be in an elevator that just dropped like that. Like you experience weightlessness and then you get to the floor and then I've seen the bottom side of an elevator before, like when they're working on them, and there's these massive springs at the bottom of the thing, and I've always wondered, like, are those springs supposed to, like on a small fall, prevent, injury to people on the inside? I don't even know what those springs are for, but that's what they look like they're for. What an experience that must have been. I can't even imagine. Today does feel like Friday to me. I'll tell you what, though. I know I wish you're probably wishing the weekend was here a little early, especially with it being a 3-day weekend and all. You bounce and hit the ceiling. See, that's what I'm talking about, those springs that are on the bottom, right? So it hits those springs at the bottom and then bounces back up because it's bouncing off those springs. And so you're playing this like yo-yo kind of thing. That's crazy. So that means you were in an elevator where the secondary locking mechanism failed on it. That's really really crazy. I can't even imagine. That's like one of my biggest fears is when I go to step off of an elevator that it's just gonna give right as I'm like stepping off and like chop me in half. Like that scares the crap out of me. Every time I walk through an elevator exit, I like kind of pick up my pace a little bit as I walk through it just because I'm afraid of that happening. Well, I'm glad you're okay. When did you say that happened? A while ago. You didn't say how long ago that happened. I would assume that. Um, I'm glad you're still here with us because I would hate for you to miss out on the short squeeze here. Weird, 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 weird. That must have been a hell of an experience. Oh, back in 2004. You're going on almost 2 decades, buddy. I hope eventually your back's gonna be better. I'm guessing your lawsuit money went into AMC. Hopefully you got something. Man, elevator. That's crazy. That's like having an elevator malfunction is got to be like damn near as, or maybe even probably more rare as like lightning striking. Huh? Oh, sorry, I thought my wife was talking to me. Let's see. All right, so it says borrowed change is at 43.9. Okay, so they may be using these borrowed shares for failure to deliver and not to drop the price. At least that's what it's appearing like, because it's showing borrowed change of only 43.9 thousand on Ortex right now. which means that they're returning shares. Which to me, if they're returning shares, they're borrowing shares and then returning shares. That would be covering for failure to delivers. But it's not in massive amounts. So like we've been seeing, I guess not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, the what was that day? The 31st? Yeah, on the 31st there was like 3 million shares returned. But hardly anything borrowed whatsoever. So they found some shares somewhere to be able to return, but 50,000, nearly 50,000 borrowed change. Interesting. Yeah, I can imagine, man. Adrenaline would be like through the roof when you had something like that happen to you, because my goodness. In your opinion, do you think this whole MOAS thing goes? You think before end of year, or you think this is real battle of attrition? So I'm gonna have a very unpopular opinion right here, and so take it for what it's worth. I think we would have squoze closer to March, maybe April or May, had it not been for dilution of the shares. And we had multiple dilutions, right? It was more than once we had dilution. So we had dilution twice of pretty significant values, and I think that stunted the or delayed the MOAS. Do I think it can happen before the end of the year? We're at the end of this parabolic pattern, and we're on the verge of hitting the new high, right? Like I do think that we're coming into a phase now where we're about to see a new price higher than 77. What was it, $72? When we get into that new high, my particular belief is that if we get above $95, we're going to start to see those margin calls. If that's the case, then and I do think that this next new high will be above that value. In fact, we're projecting somewhere in the range of like 100 and I think it was $30 or so. So if we get up to that new high of $130, the margin calls will kick in, and yes, I do believe that this can happen before the end of the year. So that's the answer to that. It's always a battle of attrition. Always, whenever you're in a short squeeze, there's always these periods of time. Since you're kind of new to the channel, I'll just talk about it very briefly. I have what's called synthetic price failures: 20%, 40%, and 60%. Anytime you see a 20% drop from a previous high, on our current most previous high, and I'm not talking about high all time. I'm talking about we have these ups and downs that we're writing. Our last high was set yesterday in pre-market at 48.60. Our current low right now is from that 48.60 is 43.33, right? So if I mark that down, that is a 10.8% drop in price. So that is not a synthetic price failure, right? If I zoom back out here, oh, there's a little bit lower one, 43.06, sorry. 11.4%. So they've succeeded in dropping the price 11.4% since that 48.60. That's not a synthetic price failure. It has to be around closer to like 19.5% or higher. Really close to 20%. That's the attrition that you're talking about. They try to hit those kind of numbers so that they can get people to sell off shares. And they drop in increments. So, they'll drop it 10% and kind of see what happens. And then they'll drop it, 15% and see what happens. And they'll drop it 17, 18, 19%. We just recently actually had an 18.5% drop when we hit, I think we hit an 18.5% drop before we hit the new high but I didn't count it because 18.5% is not enough to be considered a synthetic price failure. And then right afterwards, we hit, just a little bit higher than we had before, because I think it was 48.30 was our high previously, and then now it's like 48.60. So this attrition is always going to happen. It's going to continuously happen until the squeeze. Even during the squeeze, it's going to happen. That's when you start to hit those 40 and 60% swings. And when we hit those 40, 60% swings, that's how you know you actually have people who are selling shares. Big swings in the 40% range are typically people who are selling off shares, paper hands. Anything higher than 20% is usually paper hands. Our last paper-handed period was probably the one between 8.10 and 8.11, where we went from 38.23 down to 29.40. It was a 23.1% drop, which is higher than 20%. So we probably had some people shedding some shares. That's hard to say. We had some people shedding shares during that period of time, and that's okay. It's not a bad thing. Attrition is going to happen, and unfortunately, not everybody's built to ride these swings. But it is what it is, and we keep chugging away. It's not going to hurt us. Yeah, it really did kill momentum. I actually have. I'll throw it up here so you can see it real quick. I think it's this one. All right, so this is on loan average age per day. Let me get rid of my crap on his screen here. This is on loan average age per day. We had four instances. Ugh, I can't talk this morning. 4 instances where this checked marked as when it dropped. We had this huge drop right here. Hold on a second. Let me make sure you can see me. Okay, good. So we had this big, huge drop here. Volume started to decrease, and then we had a big spike in volume and price increase. Then we had that indicator drop again, volume decrease, but no increase in price right here. This is March. And so we'll go back and I'll show you how I can prove that this was share dilution that didn't cause the price to go back up. Then we saw a dip again in that value. Not a very significant one, but we saw a volume decrease. Volume started to increase, and there was a price impact right here. It wasn't very big because the drop wasn't very big. Then it spiked way up here, then dropped a whole bunch. We had volume decrease, volume increase, price increase. Then that once again dropped down here. This was back in July. Volume started to decrease, and we did see the price increase from that later on in... I don't have Vortex up right here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Price increase came, I think it was around July 28th. I don't have that on. I'm looking at Vortex on another screen right now, but it was around July 28th we had the price increase. So it's somewhere between 7, basically all these times that the price has increased, it's like 7 to 15 business days after the drop in this indicator. Now, why did this one not have a price increase? And I basically pulled together another report. So this is the same page with number of loans, average age, all on the same page. But then I marked out in red where Wanda sold shares to the market, and in white is where AMC sold shares to the market. Now this dip right here is on March, right? That same dip is right here, and you can see this is where Wanda sold 13.59 million shares just right at that time, and also 72.33 million shares sold in March. And you can see the number of on loan shares dips dramatically after AMC's sell-off. And so when this dips, you also had a dip in the on loan average age per day, because they were allowed to be able to cover with shares that were diluted with. So we saw no price increase. So that's why we didn't see the price increase. Amazingly, when this happened later, again when they sold more shares, we still saw a price increase, which was very unusual. But if you'll notice, it was only 13.8 million shares that were combined of these 4 times that Wanda sold. So it wasn't a whole lot, and the big portion of 51.5 million shares sold by AMC was done right as the price was starting to increase. So they couldn't, it kind of stunted. So I think at two different times we could have actually squeezed, and it was stunted by dilution. So, and I think that does a really good job of proving that. And so I'm glad that we voted down another opportunity to dilute shares this last time around. So, do I think this can happen before the end of the year? Absolutely. I think it could have happened twice earlier this year, and because of share dilution, it didn't. But I don't want to sit here and preach this as though share dilution didn't help us, because share dilution did help us. Because it helps the hedge funds to dig a much bigger hole. Every time these share dilutions happen, they were able to turn around and use those shares to create more synthetic shares and be able to kind of kick the can down the road, so to speak. And so instead of having a SAM missile crater, we have a nuke crater now, right? So they basically dug themselves a hole to China, and that's what they're sitting on now, and it's bad. It's really bad. So it helped us. It helped us, but it did also delay us. So what I'm doing right now is I'm typing down something I do. Something new I'm kind of doing now is in my description, since I run a 9-hour feed. I know people have complained about, like, you run 9 hours, I can't watch 9 hours. It's like, yeah, I understand, and it would be really difficult for me to put in 9-hour days, Monday through Friday, and on top of that added like a highlights reel at the end of the day, because that would require me to go back and watch everything. So what I'm doing now is I'm putting bookmarks in throughout the day, so that at the end of the day in the description I can put in a marker for you to be able to click on, and you can go straight to that marker and see what it was that was talked about. So it'll have like a brief description in the comment section. In the description part, it'll have the timestamp, so you can just click on it. It'll take you right to it. How do I feel about Adam Aron selling some of his shares for needing to diversify his portfolio? I'm not dumb. I wish he would just say, I'm trying to score off this two guys. Yeah, and it is what it is. It was a pretty small amount, and if you remember, he hasn't sold. You're saying he sold off his shares, but he actually didn't sell them yet. If you look at Ortex, you can see that he has not sold off his position, and I believe that his position won't be sold off until next year. So keep that in mind, because I think a lot of people were trying to throw that out there as though it was a scare, and I wouldn't be worried about it. The amount of shares that he has to sell off is negligible in contrast to what's happening. Yeah, so just, it's going to be a little while, and it's not going to impact us negatively in a way that I think is going to hurt us. So I'm not worried about it. He can do what he wants to do. It's his prerogative. Just like it's anybody else's prerogative to sell their shares too. When it comes time for you to sell your shares, I'm not going to sit here and tell you not to do it. If you if you come to me and say, like, I'm struggling, feeling like I'm having a hard time with holding, talk me into why we're what are the reasons why we're holding still. I can help you with that and show you the technical analysis as to why we're holding still. But you have to do what's right for you ultimately. I can't hold your hands. Do I think that we'll have a big Nate? No, I don't think it's going to have a. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I don't know when he's going to file that, or when he's going to actually sell the shares. I had heard that it wasn't going to be until the later portion of this year, possibly going into next year. So we'll see what happens. It's not a big deal. I'm not really worried about it, but I do know that he's also put in something into place where, yeah, I know, man. I know he's already rich, but um, so I've struggled a lot. I struggled a lot with the whole Adam Aaron thing. For a long time, everybody was pushing the idea of like Silverback Adam Aaron and this, that, and the other, and really up talking all the stuff that he's done. And I felt like there were some things that he was doing that was kind of hurting our movement. Um, I don't want to talk bad about him because his number one job is to keep the company running. And when you realize that, you realize that he's in a very difficult position. He wants to appease the apes, but he also has a business to run. And when you look at that and you think about that traditionally, you can't put him in the position that we're in and say you need to hold just as much as we do, because that's not really how it works. Um, you know, when a company sees an opportunity to make money and save or earn some money off of share price going up, that's what they do. However, I'm of the opinion that they should have held on a share increase until after a squeeze. That's the play. We know that's the play, but they did it before, and there's nothing we can do about it. And there's no reason to sit here and cry about it because they did what they did, and it's just going to be what it is. So, there's other things too, though. I mean, I don't like the fact that he put himself in as the board member, the head of the board when he's the CEO. That's a conflict of interest. So, I mean, there are some things that I don't really like that he's done, um, but I'm not going to cry about him. It's pointless. He's the CEO of our company, and we work together, and that's just the way that it is. I'm trying to draw an ascending parallel path here that I feel like I'm seeing. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna put it at right here. Morning, John. Welcome back to the show. Good to see you again. I mean, yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm not the CEO of a company. I've never been the CEO of a company. For me to sit here and judge his years and years and years and years of experience and say that he's wrong would be pretty shallow of me to do when I don't have his background. So, um, I think it's appropriate for me to be able to say that I don't agree with it, but whether or not it's the right decision or not is probably not something I should comment on just because it's an opinion and everybody's got an asshole. It's looking good, John. So as of right now, pre-market, I mean, we're looking really, really decent. We are up to 44.17. Um, yeah, I mean the prices. I just drew out an ascending parallel channel, which is a bearish channel, insinuating that there's going to be a breakout down. Typically speaking, a couple minutes before market opens, we end up seeing usually a drop in price. That'll probably be when this breaks out going down. I do have a feeling. So there is some good news this morning, John. I just want to throw this up here on the screen real quick for you guys to see because it's kind of neat. On Stonko Tracker, which is just like Petridge Farms, it remembers. We were at 4.3 million shares borrowed or in ETFs for borrowing, and they dropped it all the way down to 1.7. So they borrowed like 2.7 million shares right there, and then 400,000 in available in just regular shares, and they dropped that down, down to 85,000, which was about 3 million total shares borrowed between the two. So 3 million shares borrowed typically means a big green day for us. Like that's pretty big. I'm not sure where they're going to use those shares at. That's what's I'm having a little difficulty seeing. with the price rising as it is, and the fact that Ortex, let me pull it back up here for you to see. Ortex is showing, let me refresh it real quick. Okay, so Ortex was originally showing that they had returned shares, but now it's showing that they've borrowed 13.6. If those 3-point-something million shares don't show up on that borrowed change, they'll probably use those shares to try and short ladder attack the price today. If they do that, I would suggest that they'll try to take the price down to about 40.5. That's my guesstimate. I've got a little orange indicator down here at what I think the minimum would be. Hold on a second, pull it up here. Oh man, I really had to drive out to see that. So there it is right there. I think that could be the bottom of the drive for the day today. If they do start to try and drop the price down. However, if I go out to a 30-minute window, I want to point out that I have a bunch of messy lines here. Holy crap, that looks so bad. But let me get rid of those real quickly. And if you'll notice here, I got to back out just a tad just for you to see it. I got kind of a box here, or triangle. I have a triangle with a box here for a couple days out. We're traversing up this bottom side of this triangle path here. I know it's really hard to see, but we're inside this triangle. This is a bullish indicator because the flat side of this triangle is on the top side. Another indicator that we have is a head and shoulders indicator, and this is all over like 7 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. We're on the 8th day now. So we've got shoulder, head, shoulder, or if you draw a big circle around it, looks like squinty smiley face, or it looks like a face, right? This is another bullish indicator. So we have 2 indicators saying that the price is going to go up here. So if they don't have any luck dropping the price down to 41, the reason they could have been borrowing the shares today is to just keep it from going up too much. You know, that might be another way to look at it. If it does go up a lot today, to stay within this triangle, we have to finish out about 44.5 bucks. We could see that squeeze out on Friday or Tuesday next week, because don't forget there is no market on Monday. We're closed. Holiday. So RSI is low right now at 45.46. It's kind of low on a 30-minute scale. On a 1-hour scale, our RSI is 43.06. On a 5-minute scale, I keep saying scale, I mean interval, 59.35. There's plenty of room for this to move up today. That may be why they borrowed so many shares. Maybe they're going to try and keep this from spiking out of control. So I think that's what we're kind of looking at right now. And with that, I think I'm going to go on a little break. Spend some time with my wife here for a little bit. I will return a little bit later. We'll do some technical analysis on market just before market open. I'll come back at about 8:15, so 30 minutes from now. So I will see you guys in just a little bit. It's 8:15 Central Standard Time is when I'll be back. And I'll just leave the show running like usual. You Goonie, I haven't seen you here before. Welcome to the channel. Where are they getting all these shares? Can we borrow them instead? No, we can't, unfortunately. What they do is they go around and they call up. They don't actually, when they borrow these shares, they don't really technically borrow them. They just find out if shares are available to borrow. They aren't shares that we can. This is for hedge funds to use to short the. Well, they can use them in a couple different ways. They can use the shares to buy off past failure to delivers that they need to cover for, which they do have a lot of right now. Another thing that they can do with them is they can use them for short ladder attacks. But it's costs them. You know, it costs them a lot of money to try and keep the price down or to drive the price down. And ultimately, a lot of those, when they borrow those shares, they have to return them, so that whenever those shares are borrowed, they turn into failure to delivers in the future. So you have to keep that in mind that you know, it's costing them when they borrow these shares. It's costing them dearly. So, anyways, I will be back at 8:15 in about 30 minutes, guys, and I'll see you for market open. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Let's go through some of the technicals here real quick, guys. Sorry I'm late. I didn't realize what time it was. I was like, whoa. If you'll notice right here, I went ahead and drew a box. I do think we'll break down out of this descending or ascending parallel channel. We'll probably break out down below and outside of that channel close to market open time. That's what I would suspect. It's pretty normal. Let me go through and refresh some of my screens and we'll do some of the technical analysis. Seem to be having a hard time loading up my institutional ownership page here. Well, I don't suspect that it's changed, so we'll go ahead and leave it the way that it is. It's just going to show up as lines for now. But anyways, let's go ahead and switch on over to the stats page. We'll just kind of cover everything real quickly here. We'll start up right above me. True Demons MOAS trigger indicators, 361,000 shares for the short exempt volume yesterday. That is not enough. Utilization went up from 92.02 to 92.82. Day-over-day price increase, we had a negative 7.3%, so that erased our 2-day average moving up. And dark pools traded yesterday was 64, a little over 64%, as you'll see in the options that I will pull up here in just a minute. Looks like they've borrowed 14.3 thousand shares this morning. That is up from 13.6 when I checked it a little while ago. I'll update my notes. And estimated short share interest is 17.08%. The highest level of volume for the calls and put options, the strike price for open interest is at 50 for the calls at 27.9 thousand open contracts. Our lottery ticket winners who are buying options at $95 have 27.3 thousand, so they're almost equal in open interest between 50 and 95. Those guys, of course, at $95 are trying to, they're buying lottery tickets at those kind of prices. $38 is the strike price for puts, the highest amount of volume for puts at 10.2. So we have a deleveraging of about 2-to-1 ratio, almost 3-to-1, getting really close to a 3-to-1 ratio on call versus puts. Volume yesterday was between, I do want to note that $38 strike price was 40 yesterday. So the highest amount of volume is now at 38. So this is part of the reason why I do think that they're going to try and drop the price today down to about 40.5. Yesterday I was predicting 39.75, but our max pain, which you'll see above the options on the right hand side of the page there, is 41 instead of 40. Which means that they may not try to drop it as quite as low as I initially had thought. It might just be conducive for them to just get down to 40.5. It is really bothering me that top right hand side page will not load. I gotta try to refresh it one more time. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. I gotta let it go. I don't know why I'm so. This is the ADD kicking in here right now, guys. You're seeing it firsthand. I can't let things like this drop. I have a difficult time. Okay, let it go. Main page. 361,000 shares. 14.3 thousand open contracts. 27.9 thousand open contracts. 40 yesterday. So the highest level of volume for the calls and put options is at 50 for the calls at 27.9 thousand open contracts. 40 yesterday. So the highest level of volume for the strike price was 40 yesterday. So the highest amount of volume is now at 38. So Stonk tracker, it remembers like Petridge Farms does, showing that earlier this morning 500,000 shares existed. It dropped down to 85,000 shares for borrowing. They have since returned up to almost all of them. And then the ETFs were at like 3.5 or something like that, and they went down to 1.7. So there was a total of about 300,000 or 3 million shares that were borrowed. Since then, they are kind of slowly eking that back up. The shares returned. However, that's not exactly showing up. Like if I pull up the statistics on Ortex, it's saying 14.3 borrowed. So probably are using these shares here to cover failure to delivers. If they're doing that, we'll probably see an increase in price today. So, it's going to be an interesting day for sure, one way or the other, because it all depends on how they're going to use those shares. Advancers over decliners in the market, 3,008. That's the same number as before. I feel like this isn't updating. 3,836 advancers to 2,862 decliners. The NASDAQ is up 0.33%. The Dow Jones is down 0.1%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.05%. I feel like these numbers aren't updating. I'm reporting to you as I see it, so we'll just run with that for right now. Robinhood is up 1.64%. Amazon is up 0.52% in the pre-market. Cinemark is up 1.3%. Doge 1.2%. GameStop 0.75%, and we are up 1%. We are up 1% with 295,000 shares traded just prior to market open. We are inside the box that I would suspect that they're going to try and drop outside of this ascending parallel channel. You can see that with the doggone it, I didn't download those terms. I want to call it a spinner, but that's not what that one's called. Give me 1 second here. Where is my inbox? Here we go. And I do want to show you if I might have just enough time. Actually, I'm going to wait until market open to go over. Let's see. Oh, yep, there we go. It's dropping outside of that channel now, just like I kind of figured it would. I would expect to see this to drop quite a little bit here. I mean, the next level of support is at 43.70. Those are called, what are those called? Well, they do have little tiny tails on them. Those could be spinners. Spinning tops. This is definitely a spinning top right here. It's got both the candle wick on both sides. Yeah, they're trying to push the price down. To be expected. I personally am going to be looking at possibly buying some more around that 40-50 mark. I think that's probably what they're going to try and get this down to. Boy, they're driving it down quick and hard. All right. This is the game they're going to play. It's going to cost them. So when the show, when the opening intro is over, I want to cover something with you guys that's kind of cool. I've been talking a lot about volume. Volume is really important, and somebody pointed out something, trends. When I talked to AP or Park Air in our interview, I had asked him about volume trends and what kind of plotting he had done for volume trends. And I think one of the important things is that volume is very underrated when it comes to this stock, and people aren't focusing enough on what volume does and how it impacts what's happening. So keep that in mind. When we come back, we'll touch on that a little bit, because I think there's a really cool find that you guys are going to like that we're seeing right now. So I am going to try and find, yep, I just found it. It's a great post. I love this post. You guys, I think, will like it a lot too. Alright, we're about a minute away from me starting up the intro, so on the other side of the intro, guys, I will see you. Man, this price is really getting a lot of action right now. It's kind of interesting for me to see what's happening with it. Alright, let's get this intro started.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
It's my chocolate attack. Shit, I'm stepping in harder this year. Yeah, been repping in harder this year. Watch me as I gravitate. Ha 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 ha. Yo, we gon' ghost town, this Motown with your sound. You in the blink, gon' bite the dust, can't fight with us. With your sound, you kill the ink. So don't stop, get it, until you chat ahead and watch the way I navigate.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. This morning's song was brought to you by the Gorillas Feel Good Incorporated. And just enough time for a little pick-me-up, and it looks like we're seeing a little bit of an uptick here from the bottom of 43.08. 43.08 is not quite the new low. 43.06 was the low that we had from previous. So they didn't quite get it down all the way there. But they certainly did a good job of moving it out outside of that ascending parallel channel right around that time that I had boxed off here. So we did drop down for a little bit. It'll be interesting to see if we have a pullback up here or if this is going to be a stepping pattern. You know, like this is basically like a short ladder attack where we go down, drive up a little, and then start driving back back down some more. So this is what I said I was going to cover with you guys. Let me see here. Let me pull it up. Put my video camera back on. Put the sound back up here. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be, so forgive me if it's ear piercing. I don't think it's going to be bad to start off with. I'll start it off low. Try to save you guys some ears here. Okay, this is posted originally by Lyron07. I'm not sure if that's exactly how you say the name. I'm going to go ahead and throw it up on the page because I want you guys to see it. This is definitely something you got to see on here. So let's move this back. I keep trying to tell you guys, volume is super important. We need to understand what's happening with this volume. So let's check it out.
This is January to May volume cycle for AMC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is June to August volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then September cycle 1, 2. You might be looking at this and saying, how do we know this and this is the same cycle, right? So I can do something for you guys. Look at this. I take this and bring down all the way up to here. Copy. Or actually, I'm just gonna freaking drag it. And let's put it over here. And you'll see what I mean. You see the 1? Ones, 2s, 3s, 4s.
Oh, this is so bad. I apologize.
5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. Guess where we are right now, guys? 1s, 2s, and what's to come?
Yeah, so essentially he's saying that we're a couple days away from seeing really massive volume kicking in, and you know, when that volume starts kicking up really high, that's the price increases that we're looking for. So heavy volume incoming in the next few days. For today, though, I'm predicting between 60 and 80 million. Currently, I would say that's still a good prediction just based off of what I'm seeing, but it all depends on what the price goes up to. They are short ladder attacking this down. Again, like I said, $40.50 is probably what they're shooting for. They're busting through everything right now. We just had a 10,000 order, like pretty much just dissipate into thin air on the buy side. So our next level of support is going to be at 42.31. It looks like we might have, you know, I didn't do a whole lot of Fibonacci's for this range, this price range. I should probably kill what I've got and recreate them just so we kind of see what we're going to go or what we're heading towards. So let me go ahead and get rid of these. Trash. I think we're looking for price ranges between 40 and 45 for the day today for Fibonacci. So I'm going to try and find some levels around that area. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on a 5-minute interval. I think this is probably a good run up right here to draw Fibonacci off of. And that's like the 41 to 45 range. So we're going to look for something a little bit lower than that. I usually like having two. Let's do this one right here. Just to kind of capture everything. And we'll see how those line up. For our levels of support and resistance. So you can see it's falling in quite nicely. We hit that top level of support at 44.24. It was 44.26, so that looks really good. We hit a bottom here at 42.77. That looks really good. I'm going to unlock one of these just so I can see the difference between which one's which. Okay, all three of these lines are one Fibonacci. All four of those lines. Okay, so yeah, this is good. I'm gonna keep this set up here the way that it is. So I do suspect, you know, this would be the lowest that we would probably go today if we got down, you know, if we did continue to drive down into the $40 range. 40.47 seems to be a good level of support. You know, so we might see a touch off of 40.47 if it does continue to drop for the day today. We are starting to pull back though. Having a little bit of pullback going back up here. We'll see if we can keep this up. Uh, 6.37 million shares traded for the day today. Hopefully you guys saw that that video that I posted there with the volume. I think that's pretty important. Good morning. Good to see you back again. Let's see, our total volume yesterday was 82.5 million. It was way less than what we were looking like we were going to do for the market hours. Based off of today's pre-market volume, I'm predicting between 60 and 80. So you know, it could end up being as high as we had yesterday, maybe 82 million. But we are having low volume for the start for today. And I do believe so. Today's title is "Keep AMC the Focus." You know, I do think that there's attention being drawn to other plays out there, and that this should be the play, in my opinion. This is the play that I think is probably the most important play. And I'm not saying that you can't do other stuff. You can do you, but this is what I'm sticking with. If you guys are just joining in now, we had about 3 million shares that were traded earlier this morning on Ortex data. And do I have that up on the screen right now? I do not. There we go. It is showing 1 million shares being borrowed as of this point. Now we saw the 3 million borrowed this morning on Stonkometer, Stonko Tracker, and so that is now starting to pop up in Ortex. We're at 1 million currently. The higher that gets, the closer that gets to 3 million, the better. Short share estimated short share interest is up to 17.24%. Looks like cost to borrow is moving up. I don't recall what that was. I don't usually take a look at that very often, just because I know that it's an estimate. It changes. And it changes based off of availability of shares that can be borrowed. It actually went down. I guess this reports the minimum cost to borrow. So the minimum cost to borrow was 1.45 as of yesterday, and today it's 1.44. So it looks like cost to borrow is going down ever so slightly. I mean, it's negligible. So it looks like they're setting up a little bit of a pattern here. We went ahead and blew past that 43.23 and then right back down below it again. So it looks like we're going to go back down and test 42.77. I don't know that I have enough touch points. We'll have to wait for this to turn back around one more time. But if I were going to draw it, I'd draw something like this. We'll see if this holds. This is a bullish indicator. When it breaks out, it'll break out going up. We'll see how long it holds inside of this. Usually what happens is we get these levels of support. It'll bounce off of one of these levels of support into like a wedge. You know, consider, you know, if you were looking at this as like a wedge, this L shape or this angle curve, it'll wedge down into this and then break out going up. But right now, to me, it's looking like they're going to continue to short the stock. So I would imagine it'll break through 42.77. It might hold at 42.11, maybe, and break through. We'll just have to see. Volume being pretty low. We're almost set. We're 17 minutes into the trading hour with only 7 million shares, 8 million shares traded. It's like 500,000 shares a minute, which is pretty low. And the lower the volume is, the easier it is for them to drive the price down. I would imagine that if there's people out there with long positions on options for 42, 41, $42, they're probably dumping them right now. Because, if the price continues to drop, they don't have any assurance that it's going to be above their strike price. So they'll probably take and run with whatever gains they have. Yeah, I don't know if the retest at 48.5 is going to be today. With the amount of shares that they borrowed this morning, I kind of felt like maybe they'd be using those for failure to delivers to cover those, because they do have quite a few outstanding failure to delivers to cover. But it looks like they're kind of mixing it up right now. Maybe they use some of them for failure to delivers, and the other portion of them they're using to drive the price down today. But I'm not saying that doesn't mean that we can't hit that test of 48.50 by tomorrow. Think about it like this: if you're deleveraged, let's pull up AMC stock, AMC's stock tracker, and this is how much they're deleveraged by, right? They have 36,000 contracts in the money on the calls, with 109 out of the money on the puts. If they can drop the price enough, this number over here on the out of the money puts will decrease. The amount of calls that are in the money will probably cash out some of their calls, but there's quite a few. They're earning money off of these out of the money calls on this side that aren't making anything. So, So dropping the price to like 40 and a half bucks would probably be ideal. Max Pain is $41 today. It increased from 40 yesterday to 41. So there is that. Okay, they're breaking past 42.71 right now. It looks like they're trying to push past it. Let's see if they get there. It'll either be a level of support or it'll break through. I do feel like it's going to break through though. No, I don't. I really don't. I think that they throw those out there on purpose to drive volume away from AMC. And I was talking about that. That's the main reason why I'm saying keep AMC the focus. Those are simply distractors. Like, you can go over there and you can look at them. LCID is picking up a lot of volume. There are 8 million shares traded for the day when they average, like, typically speaking, 13 million in a total day over the last 3 months. So we're losing some of our volume to LCID. BBIG we're losing volume to them. There are 21 million shares traded for today when they normally only trade 29 million an entire day over the last 3 months. So we're losing volume to these small caps. These small caps are losing, and the reason is they're desirable, right? A lot of people can afford to buy these shares at anywhere from $10 to $20, and so when you get into those ranges, now Spirit was the old play. They're still higher volume than they have been in the past, because in the past their last 3-month volume was 14.6 and they're already at 10 for the day. So you've got 3 big distractors right there. People are driving over to these to buy these, because they have high volume. They're showing, they can buy a lot of shares and make a lot of money off of these plays. You've already got, like, for example, Spirit's already up 12%. These are distractors. These are the kind of things that keep AMC stagnant. because all that volume is heading over there. Now the question is whether or not people are able to pull out enough money to be able to drive that volume back over to AMC when it's done. The problem is that we have an opportunity to catch the hedge funds in a position where they're having a difficult time controlling options. And they're deleveraged, and so by distracting everybody to these other smaller cap funds, they essentially pull away from the amount of money that could be made on AMC and options, which could push for a gamma squeeze. So gamma squeezes, is taken out of the play. You take gamma squeeze out of the play, and then you take the short squeeze, not out of play, but pushed out further down the road. Options for 2 weeks from now are just absolutely loaded to the tilt, so they may not be able to push past the options that are set up for 2 weeks from now on AMC, but we'll see what happens. If they continue to drop the amount of volume that's happening on AMC by throwing out little pieces of candy here and there for people to pick up on the side of the road, then it's gonna prolong AMC's squeeze. Rizwan, how's it going, man? Good to see you back. Let's see here. So we did drop past the 42.77. Looks like we're heading down to that 42.11. That's going to be our next stop. Extremely bullish for next week. Well, not extremely. Next week options don't really look that impressive as of right now. This week I still feel good about this week. I feel like we need to stay over like 44. If we can stay over 44 and close this week out at 44, next week's going to be pretty amazing. If we don't close this week out by above 44, then next week might be a little stale, a little sideways action, and then I think the boom candles start hitting again the following week after. So it just kind of depends on what we hit for this week. I really do feel like right now what we're seeing is they're going to try and drive this price down to about $40.50, just to try and get the options out of the play. They don't want the options to be against them. The more money that they're out on the options, the more it's going to hurt them going into next week. So yeah, that's the drive for today is $40.50. Get the options out of the play for this week and then move into next week. They can kind of be sideways. If you look at 2 weeks from now, though, the options are just absolutely through the roof that are out there. I can pull them up on the page for you guys if you want to see them. Let's see here. I think the easiest way for me to do this is to go like this. So options are on the right-hand side right there. I'll go ahead and refresh this. We're getting pretty close to the hour is when I usually do my updates anyways, so. Oh, you son of a gun. They got me. They got me. Fidelity. Gotta log in. Give me a second. And just to prove that point that I was talking about, as far as volume moving away from AMC, we're typically speaking at the very top of the trends for trading on Fidelity. And I'll pull it up here real quick so you guys can see it before I move back to that other page. So we were in third yesterday. Well, actually yesterday we were in first. We dropped down to third, and now we're down to fifth. So we've got like BBIG, CHPT, FCUV, CHWY. You know, the focus is not on AMC right now. Does that mean that we don't have buying over selling? No, that's not the case. We have 62% buys over 38% sells. So there's way more buy orders coming in than there are sell orders for AMC. So don't look at it as you know, like people are selling. It's just that it's not getting the volume that's being stolen away by a lot of these other small caps. So that I think that kind of helps drive that point home. That those small caps are definitely eating up our volume. They're distractors. You know, here, come quick, make some money over here real fast. We don't want you to look at AMC anymore. Come make this over here, and we'll give you these little, to keep this from exploding in our face, we'll give you this candy over here if you'll take it. Hey, little boy. Yeah, you want to come in my van? I got candy. that's what it is. That's what's happening. All right, let me finish refreshing the rest of my screens here. Hey, little boy. It's the hedge funds. It's the hedge fund pedophiles. I used to joke around like, you know, they don't try to entice kids to get into their cars anymore with candy. It's like, hey, little kid, I got free Wi-Fi. You want a password? Come get my truck. It's like candy doesn't work anymore. Kids want free Wi-Fi these days. I know it's probably nothing to joke about. It does look like we're breaking out of the ascending parallel or descending parallel channel there. I'm still refreshing my screens for the hourly update. 1 second. And I am having the hardest time with the NASDAQ page now, and I have no idea why. It just does not want to update anymore. That kind of bothers me. All right, we'll have to ignore it. We'll enjoy this breakout here in just a minute and then come back to it. I do want to point out that I went ahead and have it up here now. Oh, I gotta put those options back up there. Let's drive down to about right about there. Yeah, you're just gonna see a line, a heartbeat line moving across the top of the page. Oh, it went away. Interesting. Okay, so max pain, again, $41 on the top right. Dark pools are currently trading at 56%. We know that on average that's low by about 4 to 5%, so we're more in the range of like 60% traded in the dark pools already, which is quite a bit. 1.15 million shares borrowed so far. That is up from 1 million earlier, so it is increasing. 17% estimated current short share interest of the free float. And on the options, the highest amount of volume currently looks to be at a $50 strike price with 5,000 in volume for this morning. So let's put that in my notes. On the put side, the highest amount of volume looks to be at a $40 strike price, so it has not moved down to 38 on the current volume. They're still kind of pushing, but a good runner-up is 43. So that's actually encouraging to me because on the open interest, it had moved from 40 down to 38. But on today's current volume, it looks like 40 is the big winner, but we have a runner-up at 43, which means that the price could be moving in a positive direction. So I would say that the hedge funds are hedging against a positive movement in share price for the day today, which is good because I really did feel like they're going to push down to 40 and a half bucks. So they may not be so enthusiastic about pushing it down now. 5.7. Okay, so we have more volume in puts right now than we do in calls, which is interesting to note. Currently, there is 8.232 million shares left to borrow, with a total of 114 million share outstanding. 114.6 million shares outstanding to be lent. It was 9 million yesterday, down to 8.2 today, and they've already borrowed 1 million of that 8. So utilization will likely go up tomorrow unless they find more available shares to borrow, which could happen. Moving over to the main page. Stonko tracker remembers, like Petridge Farms does. Shares available. They're starting to come back. They had borrowed quite a bit, about 3 million this morning. They're starting to come back. Very slowly. But they are indeed coming back. So 1 million might end up being the limit on how high they borrow, because if you add that 1 million to what is currently returned so far, then that would be probably about the right number, or very close to it. There's currently 36,000 in the money calls versus 109 out of the money puts. But there is also almost 200,000 in out of the money calls, which is money that's going to go into their pockets. It's not big money, but it's still money. Have a good one, Fakroy. Have fun at work. Do I think naked shorting is still a possibility for hedge funds? Yay. Yes. Yes, Rizwan, I do. Do I think naked shorting is still a possibility for hedge funds? Yeah, I do. Only under certain conditions, though. We know for a fact that they can definitely do naked short. They can create naked shorts during difficult times of liquidity. So if the stock price, for example, drops down to where SSR is triggered, then that gives them the opportunity to be able to do that. SSR triggers at $39.32 today. So if we were to hit SSR, that's how far down it would have to drop to. I don't think that's going to happen today. So do I think short shares are being created currently? No, but if we do see that SSR trigger, they can start creating them for sure. Currently, the market is up overall, 4,343 advancers to 2,404 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 0.33%. The Dow Jones is up 0.26%. The S&P 500 is up 0.33%. The market seems to be doing fairly well today, which means we could have a bit of a down day today, as we do have a negative beta to the rest of the market. Robinhood is up 1.53%. Amazon is up 0.46%. Cinemark is up 1.86%. Dogecoin is up 0.7%, and GameStop is up 1.67%. Down 1.67%. We are down 1.5, 1.6. It's fluctuating quite a bit. We did break out of this descending parallel channel. We didn't even quite make it down to 42.11. We'll see where we go from here. Let's see. I think we're going to need a little bit more time before we can get a good idea as to where we're going to be heading. I'll tell you what, though. This drop right here that we've just had, definitely pushes outside. It pushes us outside of this this triangle that I've created right here, which is not a good thing. Earlier, I don't remember who it was that was saying it. Let's see who. It looks like it might have been Fakroy. Fakroy had, yeah, he said 48.5 retest. So this is the 48.5 level. We've touched it once, twice, third time. We wanted to see a fourth touch while we're inside this wedge, and we may not see that now that we've broken out below the wedge. So they've successfully got us out of that pattern. There was actually a double pattern, right? I had created a shoulder, head, shoulder pattern, which typically means price is supposed to rise after that. So they've successfully stopped two different patterns from occurring that were a 7 to 8 day pattern, which is good on their part, good on hedge funds' part, because they're doing a good job at dropping the price. If I had to guess what's happening right now, this appears to be consolidation for another drop. So if you go out to the 30-minute interval, you can see RSI is already low at 30.37. So they need, which means we're oversold. They need to drop it some more, and also on the 5-minute interval, it's at 33.89. So we're definitely oversold. On a 1-hour interval, we're at 32.816. Yeah, 32.16 is pretty low. So yeah, this is more than likely consolidation right now. That it's going to occur between 42.77 and 43.23 before we see another big drop down again, so that they can try and drive this past that 42.11. Because I can't even draw. I'm gonna get rid of this real quick. There's not even a proper signal I can draw out of this. It's just this it's a widening descending parallel channel. It's pretty gross. I don't have a positive outlook for this at all, and I can't. I mean, honestly, this looks like it's going to continue to trend downwards. I do think that they're going to try and test that 40. I mean, I saw some. I'm seeing positive movements, and I guess it depends, probably, right? Like if they get under 42, maybe we see the option volume start to turn around in a different direction. Because what we're seeing right now in volume is that most of it's kind of supporting for the put side on around $40 strike price. So, which is better than 38. That's where it was. That's where the open interest is at. I have a hard time seeing it dropping below $40 though today. I don't think there's a chance. But this would make for a good entry point for somebody, right? You know, if it were to drop down to 40, 50, that could be a good entry point for somebody to get in. Yeah, it's definitely consolidation happening right now. So these are neutral spinners. When you've got candle wicks on either side of the candlestick there, it's a spinner and it's just neutral. So there's a little bit of consolidation happening right in here. I'm actually going to screenshot this. Give me a second, guys. I need to screenshot something real quick. Sorry, I just want to screenshot this really fast. I think I want to incorporate this into my page somehow. I'll show you what it is I'm looking at. So, you know, this is something I want to incorporate into my page because I want to start learning these kind of things and putting them to memory. Let's see, I'll get rid of this for you. So. Yeah, so essentially there are different candlestick patterns that you can look at. Single candlestick patterns, double candlestick patterns, triple candlestick patterns, confirmations. This is all stuff I want to kind of learn that I'm not really good at. Or maybe I'm good at it and I just don't even realize it. Maybe it's just intuition. But yeah, I'm going to somehow incorporate that into the page somewhere. It'll probably be really difficult for me to put it on someplace where what I could do is I could put it on the order to book page. Yeah. Ooh, I like that. That might be a good idea. I'll show you what I mean. You're looking at it right now, right? This is order to book page. I'm going to put it on this page here. You guys will have to you'll have to work with me here as I make changes to my charts and everything. Let's see, what do I want to do first here? All right, check this out. We'll go to order book level 2. I'm going to add a source, an image. Boom, there it is. Is it big enough? Can you read that? I don't even know if you guys can read that or not. I feel like that's like unreadable. I can't read it on my screen, so I don't know how you guys could possibly read that. I might have to work on this later and like kind of like break it up and like be able to expand it a little bit. Because what would be really cool to do is if I were to be able to pull up like a specific page point. So let's like make this smaller. All right, put it over the side here, and then we could do like some kind of like trend analysis. So I'm just doing it right now. Right, and if I had like this blown up here, we could like potentially like just kind of check out the analysis and see what things kind of look like. Something along those lines. It's a little messy right now, but I'll fix it up maybe in the off hours. I like it though. We can do a little trend analysis on actual candlesticks. That would be kind of cool. Oh, look at that. We're having a nice little price jump right here. Very nice, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Okay, what happened here? What did we see? What do we see is going on? Oh, I really hate you. I hate you, Weeble. Sometimes I am my own worst enemy. What do we have? What formation is this? I mean, it kind of looks like an inverted head and shoulders, but I mean, it's not really. I don't really have a rhyme or reason for what's happening. $42.37. So they got to a new low. Maybe they decided to let the stock just kind of go and see what would happen. And because that was a 12.8% drop in price from 48.60. So that could be one of those stopping points that I've been talking about, where they just kind of let the stock go to see if they will continue to fall in price on its own. I don't know for sure if that's what it is. If it is, I would have expected this to not let. I can't imagine that they would continue to want this to blow up. Let's see where our volume's moving to. 18 million shares traded after almost, well, basically 50 minutes. What does that put us on for an average? Let's see. That puts us on 140 million shares traded for the day. And volume is starting to pick back up, which is good. Is it over 250? Oh, yeah. The last 2 minutes had some really good volume. I'm just realizing that I can make this a lot smaller and probably cleaner. All right, well, we're testing new highs here. Or not not new highs, but we're busting through a lot of these levels of resistance, like 43.69. Our next level of resistance is going to be 44.26. Like I said, if we can end today above 44 bucks, that puts them in a world full of hurt for tomorrow. They're gonna have some issues. So that will be good for us. I do like the fact that we're trending on 140 million pace. That probably puts us closer to about 100 million, 90 to 100 million shares traded for the day, unless volume just continues to increase. If it just continues and continues and continues, um, that could be a really good for us. Oh, wow, 1.52 million shares traded so far, or borrowed. That's good. Let's head up to 3 million. I'd love to see it. I'm just checking through Reddit right now to see if there's anything in particular happening. Interesting. So Gravity and Love is posting something on Reddit saying Fidelity account frozen. Has anyone had their account frozen and had to fax ID verification over? It is becoming a headache as they have denied my ID fax twice now. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I set up two-factor authentication. I know people had some issues with their accounts after the whole Say Technology vote and giving access for that. It wasn't supposed to be an issue, but have seen some people reported that it has become an issue for them. I personally haven't had any issues with my Fidelity account, so and I do have the two-factor authentication. Not something that I wanted to set up, but I did set it up for the specifically due to the fact that the Say Technology vote happened. As well, I changed my login for my account because I didn't want somebody to try to log in and with an old password or something like that. Um, kind of precautionary things that I did. I'm starting to believe that the SEC is just as corrupt as the rest of the federal government, who is supposed to make the SEC do the right thing. Right? Like, who monitors the monitors? We the people. I mean, it's not like we elect them into a position. So how do we have an impact as voters on the SEC? The only way that you can have an impact on that is based on who you vote for president, as far as I'm concerned. Only as far as I know, that's an elected position, or not an elected, what's the word I'm looking for? When the president gives somebody the job, what is it called? Of course, they have to be confirmed by Congress and whatnot, but I'm pretty certain that the SEC chair position is an appointed. That's it, appointed position by the president. So if you don't like who's currently in the SEC running that business, then The next time we have a presidential election, make it known. I guess. I mean, I've never seen a president run on changing that sector of the economy. So, yeah, thanks, Spadback. I couldn't come up with a word. I got it before you wrote it pointed on the screen there. There is a little bit of a delay on the show, 10, 25 seconds. I promise you I got it before you put it up there. But yeah, it's an appointed position, and it's not typically something that's just changed. Um, I'm not particularly terribly upset with Gensler yet. Hold on a second. I'm going to sneeze here. Oh, that one took a while. Gensler, I'm not really upset with him yet. He kind of walked into a mess, and he's got a huge mess to clean up. I think he's trying to do the best that he can under the circumstances. But you do have to realize that when this thing cooks off, the whole rest of the market's going to go down, and he could be looking at something massively more huge than the 2008 market crash. And nobody really wants to be in control during something like that, right? That's not like what you want, ideally. To go down in the history books as being the guy in charge when the market crashes. So, how do you avoid that? Like, what can he possibly do in his power to avoid that? And honestly, I think this is gonna sound really, really bad. If I were in his shoes, right, I would be trying to do everything I possibly could to cushion the impact of a market crash. If that means turning a blind eye to certain trading tactics in order to do that, that may be happening. Is that a good thing? I mean, because we all just we're sitting here going like, yeah, we want it to squeeze, we want it to squeeze. There's going to be some major impacts to our economy. We're trying to change things for the good. There's some good changes that are happening, I think, as a result of everything that is happening. But they can't like just. Yeah, I know, man. I know. F the government. It's so bad, right? Like I think one of the problems that we have is that there's just so many rules, right? You can stack rules on top of rules on top of rules, and really what you come down to in the end is people just find loopholes in the rules. So really, what we need to have is I don't think it's F the government. I think it's F the people who are abusing the system. That's really what it comes down to. It's F the people who are abusing the system. Because it's manipulated, and they shouldn't have to go out there and make rules to stop people from cheating the system. They just shouldn't. They shouldn't have to do that. There should be some ethics involved here, and I've talked about that before. I think ethics is a huge problem in every sector. It doesn't matter what you're working in. You could be making cars. You could be working at Jack in the Box. You could be working at a car wash. There's ethics issues in every single sector, and it just depends on how far down you want to dig to find those ethic issues. As an example, like our companies, I'm just going to start with like a burger joint. Our companies legitimately decreasing the size of their patties and their burgers over time while increasing the price of their burgers so that they can make more money. And is there an ethics issue in that? That's just really small and stupid. But how about a car wash? You look at a car wash and are they chinsing on soap, right? Like when you say, hey, I want X, Y, and Z done to my car, are you actually getting X, Y, and Z when you pull through the thing? Do you even know if you're getting X, Y, and Z when you pull through those car washes? I don't. I don't know. I say, hey, I want this, this, and this, and I don't know if I get it. I know my car looks clean when it comes out on the other side for the most part, and the wheels are shiny, but I don't actually know if I'm getting what I'm paying for. Maybe there's a scam involved there. I don't know. A wood drill bit pattern. Ooh, I gotta look this up. I like this. SKMC69 coming in for some learning time here. If they would penalize or arrest a few manipulators, they'd be less prone to breaking the rules that the rest of us have to follow. Now, see, I agree with that. Now, that would be the thing, right? What we really need to see is we need to see laws that are put in place that are going to cause people to really think twice about trying to break the rules or bend them. Drill. What was it? Drill. I'm pulling it up. I'm doing some SKMC's. He's learning me. That's a Whataburger pattern. It's only funny to people who probably know what a Whataburger is. That's funny. I like that. I was actually, believe it or not, I was actually looking at that earlier and thinking to myself, like, that looks like a Whataburger. I'm laughing so hard just because I agree with you. It does look like a Whataburger pattern. I had stated earlier that it looked like a mini Head and Shoulders, like you got your shoulder here, and your head down here. That's still funny to me. I'm still laughing. But I do want to look wood drill bit pattern. Let's see here. You guys think I started drinking probably already. Wood drill bit pattern. I hope you're not joking with me with the wood drill bit I think you are. You're pulling my leg and you got me. Let me check it out. Give me 1 second here. Yeah. I see what it is you're talking about because I actually, believe it or not, I do own wood drill bits, but and it does kind of look like that. And that is not an actual pattern. I'm looking it up. I do not see that as a pattern, but that I like that terminology. I might have to use that wood drill. I like the Whataburger. I like the Whataburger better though, especially since it's running into a bullish move. For those of you who don't know, oh my gosh, I looked up Whataburger pattern and it actually showed up. This is for those of you who don't know what Whataburger is, or you may not have it where you live. This is what a Whataburger symbol looks like. So if if you just kind of compare that to it's the exact opposite, right? It's like the exact opposite of a Whataburger pattern. If you were to flip this around 90 degrees, you would have it's an upside down Whataburger pattern, otherwise known as as a very bullish move on our price. That's funny. Whataburger food sticker. $4.61 for anybody who wants it on Redbubble. I don't even know what redbubble.com is. I just found a new website. I'm gonna have to check that out later. Did you know? Just for that comment, I might have to wear something tomorrow. Yeah, no, I totally see it, right? Like you're talking about the wood bit drill. I know what you're talking about. Watch. I'm gonna draw it out. Polyline. So your wood bill drit. Ugh. Let's see. I'm gonna draw it up here. So like basically like you have like the shaft of the of the wood bill drit that comes down to like this blade. It's just kind of filled in metal piece that has, like a flat edge here and a flat edge here with a tip point down at the bottom, and then this is bladed. Everything in here is all bladed, and that would be your wood drill bit. But yeah, I see it. Not an actual trading sign, but I do like the inverse Whataburger. I think they call that. Let me pull this up real quick here. I'm pretty sure that this is a Head and Shoulders. Triangles, cup and handles, Head and Shoulders. Yeah. So it's a really crappy one, but I'm gonna pull it over here so you can see. And I did say Head and Shoulders earlier, but I mean it's pretty hard to miss this. This is a Head and Shoulders pattern. But it's an inverse Head and Shoulders. So, right, because if it was a real Head and Shoulder, let's see, do they have a picture of a Head and Shoulders in here that's not inverse? They don't. Basically, a Head and Shoulders should be the opposite way, and it would be bearish, right? And so you'd have a shoulder down low, a head up high, and a shoulder down low, and that's a bearish indicator, which means the price is going to go down. But this is what we're seeing right now is the inverse of that, which is a Head and Shoulders that's going to increase in price or a bullish move. I always keep this. This is Investopedia, and it's I'll just post it up here in case any of you guys want to read through it. I find this extremely helpful to reference every once in a while. I don't look at it very much anymore, just because I've seen these patterns so often that it's almost just second nature anymore to see these patterns. But there it is. There's the link to it if you guys want to check it out. I did see this Head and Shoulders a little while ago, and I called it, but I didn't like how it looked, even though it looks almost textbook to what they were showing in that picture. I should have drawn it out, but I didn't. I got something I gotta wear tomorrow for that inverse Whataburger. We have a tradition here in our household where we all open up a Christmas present the night before Christmas, and that present is always pajamas that you're supposed to wear for that night. And this last year, my wife she found on the internet Whataburger was selling these onesies that you could that had Whataburger like over the entire thing. So she bought one for everybody in the family, and that was our gift. That was our Christmas Eve gift. I think that was last year. It might have been the year before. But yeah, it's it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, but also like god awful at the same time. So this pattern moved us back up into the wedge. I'm going to check it real quick here on the 30-minute interval. I'm kind of curious to see. So basically, we had a falling out of this wedge pattern that I have built that we're really supposed to break out on tomorrow or Tuesday next week. And I don't know if you guys recall, I have two bullish patterns that were drawn here. I have a same thing, another inverse Head and Shoulders. So you shoulder, and head. But see, this is not accurate, because if we go back and look at the 1 minute interval, you'll see that it's a V, a lower V, and then a higher V that's similar to the previous V pattern. So if we go back out to the 30-minute interval, you'll see that I drew it incorrectly. This is not accurate. It needs to have a V, and it doesn't. It's a top. So I need to get rid of this. That's backwards. A proper Head and Shoulder should, if I wanted to, I could draw the shoulders inside here, but it's still not the right pattern. But anyways, I drew out this triangle that we had here, and I felt like we would kind of trade in up to this portion here on Friday or Tuesday of next week, we would break out of this pattern and have a really huge price increase, because I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. We're on day 8 of this pattern, moving into day 9 and 10. Oh, that's cool, man. There was a company in, I think it was Chicago. Hold on a second. I think I just had to ask my wife. I think it's Chicago. She agreed with me. She think it might be Chicago. There was a company that based out of Chicago that purchased Whataburger, because it was I think the store was originally created in Texas, in San Antonio. Oh no, my wife said Corpus Christi. It was created first in Corpus Christi in Texas, and a lot of Texans were really upset that this Chicago company came in and bought Whataburger. Really upset a lot of people. They started putting up the "Take my gun" flag and turning it into a Whataburger sign instead, and saying "Take my Whataburger," and just all kinds of crazy stuff. But ever since they started, ever since they took over, I feel like I've noticed there's changes to the food. It's not quite as good as it used to be. I don't know. Maybe it's all in my head. I'm not sure. But we're trading back up into this wedge. If I pull up the Bollinger, how much you want to bet that that good portions of both of these two swings down here are well outside of the Bollinger? Let's check it out. Yep. Yeah, my wife just confirmed it was Chicago. Look at this. Look at these good portions of downswings here that are outside the standard deviation for the Bollinger cloud. Am I calling it the right thing? The Bollinger curve? The Bollinger band. I gotta remember band. It's so hard for me to remember. Bollinger band. So this is the band right here, the upper and lower standard deviations from the exponential moving average. So when it moves outside these standard deviations, these are unnatural movements in price. And you can see it correcting itself, trying to get back to that exponential average, and then another movement down. Not so much outside the bands right here. But then we have the correction, right? This is the correction right here. Unnatural movement going back up in the positive direction. This is the correction to get us back on track to where we should have been due to this manipulation back here. Anytime you see a pinch off on the Bollinger Band, that's volatility decreasing, right? And then as the band widens, that's more volatility. So we're currently at 28 million shares traded after an hour and 15 minutes. What pace does that put us on? 75 minutes. $145. So we've lost our pace by about 5 million so far. We're on a good pace. If we can keep this kind of momentum up for the rest of the day today. Now, it typically dies off right around 10 o'clock, which we're about 15 minutes away from. So we'll see what happens in about 15 minutes if that volume dies off. If it does die off, you could see this drop back down again. You guys cracked me up today, man. SKMC 69 for the win on making me laugh today. The wood drill bit pattern. That's pretty funny. I'm gonna have to remember that though. The wood drill bit pattern is the same thing as a Head and Shoulders. It's a good way to remember it. Okay, so I'm probably, if we punch past 45.18, I'm probably gonna reset up my Fibonacci retracements just because I don't like, we're kind of moving into new territory at that point, I think. Again, we want to try and close out this week above 44 bucks. That will really definitely hurt going into next week. So if we can stay above 44 bucks, that's great. But keeping in mind that between 40 and 45 is kind of that gray area, right? Investors don't really want to buy when it's between 40 and 45. Usually when we hit 45, we get a good push up to 48. 48's that magic number for FOMO, especially if it drives really fast from 45 to 48. People just jump on, they pile on like it's a rugby pile or something, you know, they just start pouring on the heat. So we really want to kind of stay above 44 if we can for the end of this week. Let's see what we got here. I like seeing the fact that everybody's up right now. It's kind of crazy. AMC's up, GME's up, Doge is the only one that's down right now. Cinemark is up, Amazon's up, Robinhood's up. Everybody's doing really well right now. Let's look. I do want to just check the markets out real quick. It's actually very interesting to see everybody up right now. We'll have to revisit that here. We got about 10 more minutes before I do the hourly kind of update. I'm going to change my break times a little bit, guys, because I do want to kind of stick to this like technical analysis on the hour every hour. That way people know if they just want to see a quick technical analysis of what's going on with the stock. I talk about it for like 10, anywhere between 7 to 15 minutes. I talk about where we stand with the technicals. That way it gives everybody an opportunity to be able to just jump in real quick, see what's going on, and then jump out real fast on the hour. So we'll try and hit those numbers on a regular basis. Duncan, how's it going, man? Good to see you. What can I help you with? Let me check it out. Option chain. Let's look at it real quick. I'm currently showing open interest there at a $40. I'm assuming that you're talking about. Oh, you said 44. I'm showing interest. I'm showing data at 44. Let me refresh it and see if it's accurate. Oh my goodness, I'm blinding you guys. Please don't tell me to refresh my fidelity. Yay. I'm showing open interest at and volume at $44 strike price based on what I'm seeing currently. I'll tell you what I am having a problem with though. My stupid NASDAQ page, as you can see on the top right-hand side, does not want to update right now, and I don't know why. It's really kind of bothering me a little bit. No matter how many times I update that page, it just does not want to cooperate. Like other stuff loads up just fine, but just not the data that I need. I just get these flashing bars to go through, which you're probably seeing. Yep, it just flashes. I don't know what the deal is. I might have to pick up a new place to look what total amount of institutional ownership is. So back to what I was saying, I'm going to start taking breaks a little bit differently. So I'm going to start at 10, instead of 10:30, I'm going to take it at 10:20 and just come back right on the hour at 11 o'clock. So that's going to be about 25 minutes from now. But having said that, I'm actually going to go hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. All right, I am back. Let's see, I got my glasses, got my cool blanket all sorted back out here. I'm good and comfy. Look at our inflow versus outflow. I'll go ahead and finish refreshing the rest of my screens while you guys wait for that to pop back up there. Definitely more inflow than outflow right now. About an 11-point spread. I'm really dissatisfied that this page won't pop up. Come on, NASDAQ. It makes me feel like it's not showing up for a reason. I'm on NASDAQ.com market activity. I probably just need to update my browser. It does say that I have an update that's needed. So we'll just have to assume that it's still 127.7 on the amount of positions that are held by institutions. So, it is what it is. I can't get it to pop up. Alright guys, it is really close to 10 a.m. Let's start looking at our numbers. Oh, did it cooperate? No. Alright, here's what we got. Dark pool, 63.44%. Wow, which means that it's 5% higher than that. That's like 68%. 68% being traded so far in the dark pools. That is really, really super high. I mean, they are really trying hard to suppress this. The amount of shares borrowed for the day today is up from 1.15 to 1.69 in the last hour. Just updating my little charts over here on the side. On volume for calls on the options, the highest level. Ooh, it's getting close to being. Oh no. Wow, the new high is 45. Okay, so it dropped from 50 down to 45. A lot of support for 45. The highest amount of volume is 45 at 17,000 shares. So that dropped from 45 down to 40. From 50 down to 45. On the put side, the highest level of volume for the day today is at 40, and that increased from 5.7 to 11.2 in the last hour. There's a good chance. Let's see how much volume is dropping by right now. There's a really good chance that we see like over 100 million shares traded today. I have lost complete touch with volume predictions. I don't know. It's unusual because typically the mornings are really precise about what's going to happen for the rest of the day, and it just hasn't been like that at all lately. I don't know what to make of it. I might have to just readjust my numbers in my head. Moving over to the main page, we have available shares to borrow is increasing. It's up to 650,000. The ETFs were at 3 million. It's down to 2.9 now. They have been selling some back here. I say selling back. That's not even the right term. They're giving back. They're unborrowing. What is that? I don't even know what that is. calls 36.276 in the money. Call options out of the money. Puts is 109. I'm having a brain fart. I'm having a senior moment. There's currently 4,219 advancers in the market to 2,219 decliners. NASDAQ is up 0.29%, Dow Jones is up 0.44%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.37%. Robinhood is up 0.1%. Sorry, 1%. Amazon is up 0.57%. Cinemark is up 2.26%. Doge is down 1.7%. GME is down negative 0.5%, and we are up 0.2%. I do want to point out that we are currently having what appears to be the opposite of what we had earlier, which is a head and shoulders that is not inverted. If this formation completes and the stock price moves back up to, say, $44.10 and stops, what we could see is a jump back down again. Now, what does this mean? This means a gigantic head and shoulders. Does it mean or is it a W? Let me see. It might be a gigantic George W. Yeah, it could be. Say, for example, the price jumps back down here, down into this range of $42. We could end up seeing it come back up again. We could have a good looking George W. formation happening. I'm like tripping over my words like a fool today. I'm pulling up orders on Fidelity because I want to see where we're at. Oh, right, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Good. Good. AMC has moved up into the top spot for trending stocks. This is what I'm talking about. We need to make this known. Keep AMC the focus. AMC needs to be the big focus. This BBIG, they're still getting some support, but they're not in first anywhere. We just jumped from 5th place. LCID is down. Good, 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 guys. This is great. I'm happy to see this. 57% buys to 43% sells. That's kind of slipped a little bit, but I'd rather see more volume going into AMC than anywhere else. Keeping us up on the top of this list is important. It's okay to be diversified, but don't let your main objective suffer because it's like fighting a battle, right? It's okay to have lots of mini battles, but if you start spreading yourself so thin that you focus too heavily on those mini battles and you don't focus on the main war, then you start losing. So, if you've ever played a game of Risk before, you'll know that usually you want to have focal points, right? And if you can cause the enemy to have to concentrate on focal points, you control the win. So, but when they start throwing a bunch of different places for you to attack, and you start picking at all those different little places, you start spreading yourself thin. When you spread yourself thin, that's when they have the ability to start winning the war. I love that I'm using a board game to like describe strategy. Life is like a game of Risk. It really is. You must believe me. Get Australia and South America. Yeah, I mean they're great, right? Australia has one focal point. South America has 2 focal points. I particularly myself love North America, and the reason is there's only 3 ways in, and you get so much more. If you get Australia and South America, those 2 combined equals what you get in armies with the same amount of focal points, right? So just control North America. Nobody ever thinks about North America as being a strategic point because it seems like it's so massive, but because people don't really fortify too heavily inside North America, you can take North America pretty easily, and then South America is just a hop, skip, and a jump away, and you still only have, if you take South America after you've conquered North America, you're still sitting at 3 focal points, and you just picked up another. I believe it's is it 2 or is it no? It should be 3. It should be 3 armies. We're talking risk strategy. But North America, I mean, if your only option is Australia or South America, those are really good ones to get. But if I can get a good standing off of my draw on North America, I'll go for it. It's probably one of the least. It's probably one of the most underrated positions on the entire board, North America. I think people just see it as a problem child because there's so many territories inside of it. But nobody ever fortifies there, so once you take it, it's yours. Our input versus. Do you guys see this? Look on my page right now. I'm gonna click some stuff back on, but check this out. On my page right now, it shows that I'm looking at Amazon. It's in gray, right? To me, it appears that I'm clicked on Amazon. If I click on it, that's Amazon. I don't understand why that happens. It's really kind of odd. A little glitch in the system. Glitch in the software. So it looks like we kind of bounced off of $43.69. We did kind of. It looks like they started to push us back down. This is your shoulder, head, shoulder. We could have a reversal come in here. If it doesn't continue to move back up, this could be that formation going back down the other direction. We've seen these in the past. These inverted head and shoulders that occur, and then it goes back down and does another formation of a head and shoulders down on the bottom, and then usually it takes off after that. So you got like these a down spike, an up spike, a down spike, and then a big massive move afterwards. Let's see if we've got, because I would look at this right here and I would draw something like this. Right, and then having like a breakout here. But this is this pattern right here is a bull or bearish pattern, so it should break out going down, but we'll see what happens. It doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. which I'm okay with going up. That's fine by me. $34 million shares traded. Outflow versus inflow, 28, 38, 15. 15-point spread on outflow versus inflow. $34 million. Oh, I did say I'm going to take a break at 10:20. 10:20 to 11 o'clock is going to be my new break time. For those of you who were here in the past, you'll know that it was from 10:30 to 11:10. But to try and make sure that I'm back for the hourly updates, I'm going to go ahead and try and make it for leaving 10 minutes earlier. Okay, so it looks like we're staying inside this pattern. I would think that we're going to break out going low on this. So this is going to be the other side of that head and shoulders. So shoulder, head, shoulder. The shoulder kind of carried out a little bit longer than I would have anticipated. I would have thought it would have kind of had like a trend down, maybe about somewhere around like right here. So it took a little bit longer. But yeah, I could see a push back down to 43.23. Kind of bounce around there. Maybe around here. Just kind of do the same pattern right here, over here. Ortex has put out a statement saying that there are currently 4.26 billion worth of short positions in AMC. 4.26 billion. 4.26 billion worth of short positions in AMC. How is that possible? I mean, these positions have caused losses of over 1.2 billion. Oh, it's money. They're talking money. There's currently 4.26 billion worth of short positions. Okay. They're talking money, not shares. These positions have caused losses of over 1.2 billion for short sellers since the start of last week. Today, just in the pre-market, short sellers have lost 100 million. Day losses were 336. Why day? I'm not sure what why day losses are. Wow, we're going to break out going up here, it looks like. That's unusual. I mean, this indicator is supposed to be a down. Everything about this right here would be a down indicator, so I'll be surprised if this happens. can't even show this one on here, guys. It's bad. Okay, so the breakout is happening inside the box here. However, it's breaking out in the wrong direction. This is definitely a bearish indicator right here with the flat side of this triangle being on the bottom side of this. This should have moved downwards. I am curious. I'm gonna look up to see what dark pools are trading at right now. If they're really high, okay, it's still at 63.77%, which we add 5 to that, and you're looking at 68%. 67 to 68% in the dark pools. It could be that they feel like maybe they're at their limits on what they can put in the dark pools right now, and they're unwilling to stifle the price. It would mean borrowing more shares. Where are we at on that? Let's see. We were at 1.69 and they're currently at 1.75. So they're still borrowing more shares. The closer that gets to 3 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day, the rougher it's going to be on them. Let's check our RSI out. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is at 47.2, so just slightly below average. On a 1 hour interval, it is at 40.44, which is 10 points below average. On a 5-minute interval, $49.78, basically average. Well, this might just be breaking out just a little bit. You know, I'm gonna readjust this just a tad because I don't feel like this is like a significant breakout right yet. And it looks like my box is gonna be off. Yeah, my box is just gonna be off. It's coming, guys. It's coming. I'm pretty sure it's going to head down here. All right. It's 10:20. I'm going to take that break. I do think that this is going to squeeze out down and start heading lower. We'll probably hit down here to the $42, $43 range and start forming a pattern much similar to this part right here. So the drop right here is going to be probably very similar to what you're seeing right back here. Do the same kind of formation and spike the price back up again. So we'll see what happens. That's what I'm going with. Alright guys, I will see you back. Yeah, dollars. Thanks, Duncan. For some reason, I don't know why, when I read it as shares, not dollars. So I'll see you guys back here at about 11 o'clock in about 40 minutes. Later. Well, that was a nice little run up we had there. Well, it did break out going down. Go through and refresh some of the screens, and we'll get the hourly charting going here in just a minute. All right, guys, here's what we got so far. Dark pools are trading 64.38% in the dark pools. It's probably closer to 68, 69% based on what we normally see at the end of the day. 1.78 million shares borrowed so far. That is up from 1.69 as of an hour ago. 17.36% short share interest. And on our options chain, it looks like the highest volume right now is currently at $45, which is the same as earlier. We now are at 26.5 thousand options. That is up from 17 earlier. 26.5. On the put side, highest level of volume on the put side appears to be at 40 bucks with 12.4. That is up from 11.2. So not a whole lot of movement in the last hour on the puts. That could be a good indicator for the price to move up. So I like what I'm seeing. Our good old Petridge Farm stock Stonko tracker showing currently that we have about 650,000 shares available to borrow with 2.9 in the ETFs. So we're still down by about 1 million or so, 500,000 shares or so from where we were at maybe earlier this morning. 43,000 contracts in the money for the calls versus 113 out of the money for the puts. Thanks, Rizwan. I appreciate it. So yeah, there's a bit of a deleveraging going on here. Although there is, I do want to mention there is 190,000 out of the money options on the call. So that is kind of that it is high. I'd like to see that a little bit higher, a little bit lower. I'd like to see some more in the money here on the call side. If we look at the rest of the market and how it's doing in contrast, 4,379 advancers to 2,138 decliners. NASDAQ is up 0.32%, Dow Jones is up 0.44%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.35%. Looks like there's not really any office and equipment. Looks like what that one is. Yeah, office equipment seems to be maybe one of the harder hit sectors. I mean, there really isn't any terrible sectors right now. Well, at least not showing on that list. Robinhood is up 1.18%, Amazon up 0.41%, Cinemark up 2.59%, Doge is down 1.86%, GME is up 0.38%, and AMC is up 2%, almost 2.1. We have had a nice reversal on the market today from where we were at earlier in the morning. Looking for trends right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at our inflow versus our outflow real quick. You'll notice that GME is trading almost exactly same exact pattern as we are. You almost can't tell them apart. 442 inflow versus 426. So what is that? 16-point spread on millions of dollars traded inflow incoming into buying versus selling. So that's looking good. We are up 2.2% for the day today. We're looking good right now. Let's look at RSI on the 1 hour chart. RSI is just above average at 51.3. We have broken outside this wedge at the 1 hour. I think I drew this at. I'm pretty sure I drew this at the 1 hour mark. But I think when we move down into 30-minute, you'll see that we've broken out of this, but we're kind of trending back inside of this triangle pattern. I really am kind of looking towards a later half of the day on Friday or Tuesday breakout. Tuesday is leaning more heavily towards Tuesday, but you know, we could see a huge breakout towards the end of the day Friday, or even in the aftermarket hours or pre-market hours of Tuesday morning. I think that's what we're looking for right now. RSI in a 30-minute interval is at 55.72. It's a little above average, not too much. 63.77 on a 5-minute interval. So it's getting higher there. So we definitely have plenty of room to move up in price for the day today. If we were to look at this from a large perspective, it's like this nice looking sideways George W. But another way to look at it, if this price goes up just a tad bit more and comes back down, this is what we would end up having. Something that looks along the lines of this. We'll have to see if it gets up here and then has a retraction down and then comes back up again and retests. But we could have something that looks a little bit like this. We'll see if it gets there. This is a bullish movement with the flat line on the top of this triangle right here. Let's draw a breakout box right about here. We are inside 44.26 and 45.18 as levels of support at 44.26 and a level of resistance at 45.18. It looks like 44.90 was that kind of a closer position to where resistance was. We'll see if we hit it. We'll see if we get back up to that level again in the near future. You can see with these candle wicks at the top of these candlesticks, they're really, really suppressing the price from going up really high. Okay, so zooming out on this just a little bit tighter, you can kind of see here it did kind of hit a top. It didn't quite hit all the way up at that 44.90, but we are having a retraction from there, pulling back away from that. I would expect it to hit 44.26 and maybe bounce back up off of that and head back up again. We might see some consolidation until we kind of break over to this box here. And let's see how orders by Fidelity customers is doing. Now remember, the higher we up our, boy, I'm really just struggling talking today. The higher we are up on this list, the better, because it means that we have a lot of we're trending high on the list of stocks that are trading. We went down to 5th place earlier today, and towards the end of today, or sorry, not towards the end, but towards later within like the last hour or so, we basically moved into the 1st place spot again on the trending list on Fidelity. So our buy versus sell ratio is lowering just slightly. I think it was 58% earlier on buys. It's down to 56% buys to 44% sells. The closer this gets to a 50-50 ratio, I kind of tend to lean towards this probably having some selling going on. But I don't really start to worry until, well, I wouldn't even say worry. I don't see it as like a mass sell-off until we get to numbers like, where buying is lower than selling. So I definitely think that there's, still some good movement here. The fact that we moved back up into the 1st place position for trending stocks is huge. That speaks loud. It means that the focus on AMC's back, and maybe not so much on some of these other stocks that are out there, which is good. Good things for AMC. Rizwan, I'm here for you guys. I enjoy sharing this time with you guys. These moments of exciting opportunity that we see coming ahead, and it's fun to be a part of the community. It really is. I think we have a long future ahead of us as a community. I think that there's more than just this squeeze that's going to happen. I think that the community that we build as apes is a community that I think that can continue on beyond just the squeeze. We have a lot of opportunities to learn about things that we've never had to experience together, and one of the exciting things that we have to talk about in the future are things like where we're going to invest our money. As far as like how we're going to protect it. How can you protect your money? Are there places, institutions where you can place your money where, there's insurance that will cover your money during difficult times? There was something I actually touched on that I wanted to talk to you guys about. One of the things that we have to start thinking about. So I quit my job a while back. Don't worry about me; it's not an issue. Going forward, my wife still currently works. She's my sugar mama right now. But going forward in the future, we're all going to have, some problems that we're going to run into. I imagine that those of you who have large or substantial positions in AMC, GME, whatever it may be, if you make lots of money off of this, you may be looking to quit your job. So one of the things that we're going to have to start thinking about is insurance. How are you going to have health insurance if you no longer have a job? And I actually had a chance to interview somebody who works for United Healthcare. I can't say who it is. I don't want to disclose that information, but I talked with somebody who has a very substantial contracts through United Healthcare. They do a lot of the business through United, and they put together these plans for a lot of different businesses and whatnot. And basically, what I got to him talking to him about was somebody who wants to retire early before the age of 65 because they may have a lot of money. What would they do for insurance? Like what kind of options are there out there? And believe it or not, this is going to sound kind of, I know apes being organized is like always kind of frowned upon, but I think after the squeeze is over, we have the potential to be able to organize as a group of apes, at least for those of us who are in North America, or maybe just the United States, to be able to organize into a group, and we can actually go to a broker and we can say, hey, we want you to go shop for us for insurance. If we have enough people, the more people that we have in this group, we can organize this group, form together, and say that we have X amount of people, and we're all willing to be a part of this insurance group, and they can go out and they can shop for us at a bunch of different insurance companies and find out based off of how many people we have in our group what kind of plans they can get us into. So we can, believe it or not, we can organize into a group and build a healthcare plan for our group. So I think there's exciting things like that in the future that we need to be thinking about. Not right this second, but in the future, it's gonna be something that we need to talk about. So this community is gonna hopefully last a lot longer than you know, just the squeeze. But I had fun talking to that person on my trip while I was on vacation. It was an excellent conversation. I don't know how excited people are going to be into the idea of forming into a group after a squeeze. But if there's benefits within the community, um, if organizations out there know that the community has money, they're going to want to work with us. So it would be on our best behalf to organize to get together to after a squeeze and try and come up or formulate plans on how we can best help ourselves. Um, so it'll be something to talk about in the future. It'll be exciting, and I hope to be a part of that. I hope to be able to organize stuff like that for people. You know, we we have so many opportunities ahead of us, and I think we all want to protect ourselves the best we possibly can, and that's what I want to do. I want to help us try to find that protection, try to figure out how we can best serve ourselves, so that we're ready for the future. And like I've said in the past, some of us are going to make mistakes, and we can learn from those mistakes, right? Like if you're willing to talk about them, it's going to be good stuff to talk about. What did you learn? What did you do? How'd you figure it out? I know. Oh, who was it? It was Crazy Pepe, I believe, was on here not too long ago talking about how he had owned GME and sold GME in beginning of January before it had the squeeze. Um, I mean, Crazy Pepe probably has a lot of information as to what he saw that could help us to understand why he sold his position when he sold it. Maybe there were things that were happening that we might see in our near future. Hopefully, Crazy Pepe is going to hear this at some point and be like, "Hey, yeah, speak up." Crazy Pepe just pops in every once in a while, but it'd be good to talk to him or her. I don't know. I just like that name, Crazy Pepe. Okay, it looks like the price is starting to drop down below 44.26. So it looks like it's going to punch through that level of resistance that's there. Sorry, level of support. And I'm going to try and take a look at some of the news. Let's see what's going on in the news out there. It has been forever since I looked at Citadel's traffic. It seems to me like they kind of got that under control on Google. Like when you look up popular times for Citadel, I haven't seen like unusual activity moving through there, and I haven't really visited that page a whole lot ever since. I just took a look at it. I don't see anything unusual either right now. So looking at news, let's see what we got here at AMC. Doesn't look like too much new. GameStop, Skills, AMC, Alibaba, Lucid, and more. Stocks on Wall Street Bets radar today. Per Benzinga. They're talking about all these different stocks. Notice how they throw in a whole bunch of other ones in there to kind of get people to look at it, you know? I don't know, man. I really think the play right now is AMC. The longer our focus is not on AMC, the longer it's going to take for this to squeeze. Let's see if we have any new 13F filings on Amazon real quick, or sorry, Amazon, on AMC. Let's see, what is today's date? Today is 9/2. Most of the filings that I'm seeing is from 8:30, and boy, is there a lot of them. I remember reading about this on, while I was on my trip. Somebody had posted something about this. I'm going to go ahead and throw it up on the screen real quick so that you can see what I'm talking about. They were talking about these Vanguard small cap funds that were buying like just massive quantities. You got like 13 million shares right here, 13.9, almost 14 million shares that were bought by Vanguard on the second quarter. It was funny because I had a conversation with those on Reddit about this, and I was like, well, I want you guys to remember that this is probably early first or early second quarter that this was purchased, and I was challenged on that, and they're like, how do you know? And I said, well, okay, I'll look it up. So I went and I looked it up, and sure enough, they bought these shares at $33.44, and the only 2 days that that was possible was May 28th and June 1st. So I was right; it was pre-June 2nd. That they bought the shares. I don't know which day it was exactly, but if we could go back and look at the dark pools, I'll bet you we could figure out pretty easily whichever day had the higher dark pool amount probably was the day that they bought the shares at $33.44. But yeah, you can see just a ton of orders in here for those prices. We had a couple companies that sold off as well, but you got to remember that these reports are all delayed. These are all delayed by, a quarter. So this is all stuff that happened in the second quarter. We're in the third quarter right now. But yeah, Vanguard increased their position quite a bit on several funds. All these mutual funds bought more. So that's probably the reason why we had the huge uptick in price in June, because of all these shares that were purchased through Vanguard. Massive, massive amounts. I mean, you got 4, 11, that's 15 right there. Here's another 7, that's 22. Another 14 here, 22, 32, 37, no, 36, 36, another 4, 40 million shares plus purchased. Looks like most of these are all purchased at 33.44 all in one day. So yeah, just a lot of buying back then. And that's more than likely what pushed the stock price into those new ranges in June. Which, if that were the case, right? We know that it happened on one of two dates. It either happened on May 28th or it happened on June 1st. And what I want you to remember is that was a 3-day weekend as well, which is what we're going into right now. If those shares were purchased on the 28th, then you probably would have seen the big price spike up on the, well, if it's a T+2, if they didn't buy straight from the market and they had to buy, you know, like that may be what it is. They may have bought them on May 28th, and then 2 days later the price jacked up. If that's the case, then we might see something like that happen again tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the day where another company like Vanguard or a lot of companies all together would come in and have a huge buy tomorrow, leading to a, let's see, we trade on the 7th, so we would see a huge price increase on the 7th then. No, the 8th. It would be 2. 1, 2. Yeah, the 8th. So we'll see what happens. Robinhood has AMC as a 62% buy. That's awesome. You gotta love that. You know, you think they want people to come back and buy through them? I bet you they do. I wonder if people are doing it. I wonder if I would love to see. I wish I could get data on how many people are actually trading through Robinhood and whether that's increasing or decreasing. In case you don't know, Robinhood is known for shenanigans. So if you're not aware and you're currently trading through Robinhood, then you should beware. Bad things have happened in the past with Robinhood. I do not own any positions through Robinhood. All of my positions are through Fidelity, but I do have 5 shares that I own through Webull of AMC. Just as a disclosure, I'm not trying to advocate. Oh wow, 0% buy and a 10% hold. That's crazy. I'm not trying to advocate Webull or Fidelity by any means, but if you want, there is plenty of information out there that will tell you what good brokers are to be putting your money through. So if you need or want that information, let me know because I can get that to you. I can provide a link for that. I'm pretty certain that I have it saved. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do it anyways. I'm pretty certain that I have it in my saved. Where is my saved? Here we go, saved. Let me see if I can find it. I'll post it up there for you guys to see. I thought I had it in the save section. I don't see it now. I'm wondering if the post got deleted. Oh no, here we go. I wasn't, for some reason my mouse wasn't scrolling properly. Let's see. Here we go. List of all the good and bad brokers. All right, I'll post this up. This is not courtesy of me by any means. This is by Arena IX on Reddit. I'll post it in the comment section. If you want to see who the good and bad brokers are, feel free to click on that link, and that'll kind of tell you like why there's good reasons and bad reasons to go through some of those brokers. And that's actually not a bad idea, bad back. That's actually a really good idea. I don't like the fact that most of my shares are all in. When I say most, it's all but 5 shares are in Fidelity. That I think is leaving me open to the possibility that something could go awry and that I might not get my trades when I want to make them. So having multiple brokers is a great idea. I see that probably just as important as having a diversified portfolio. Having said that, I don't have a diversified portfolio and I don't have a diversified brokerage system set up. Don't do what I do. My dad was a lawyer. He passed away about 2 years ago. And all I want to say is that he did not leave with a will. And there was no, I wouldn't say that there were any problems or anything like that. But what I would suggest is that it was funny to me how he was always stressing to us as kids that we make sure that we have our financial orders in place, make sure you have wills and that kind of stuff. And then he didn't have one. So I'm filling in his shoes where my dad passed off to me, and I'm doing exactly the opposite of what I'm saying you should do. Having a diversified portfolio and also having different brokers is probably a good idea, especially in the case of AMC. I do like what you've done there, Badback. I don't know which brokers you have, but that list that I just provided for you right there is definitely worth going and looking at. I do believe it's a redirect to another page, but it will show you the different bad brokers, neutral brokers, and good brokers. And I'll just read off some of the good brokers that they did not restrict trading during the GME squeeze. It says most Canadian brokers like Questrade, Qtrade, Disnat, BMO, HSBC, RBC, TD, etc. Most European brokers, Swissquote, TradeStation, Digario, Fidelity, Vanguard, Wealthsimple, Canadian and US, Schwab. If you have a margin requirements, it says margin requirements increased. So I'm not sure if there was a margin issue that was set up there, but apparently they're in the good brokers list now. So UInvest is another good one. Capital.com, Wells Fargo. It says on Wells Fargo allows trades but banned its advisors from talking about GameStop. That's all right, whatever. Nordnet and Citibank. Those are supposedly all under the good broker trading list. So yeah, but bad brokers are E-Trade, Ally, Public.com, Merrill Edge, IG Broker, Trade Republic, Webull, Stake, Trading 212, and as we all know right now, Robinhood. I'm pretty certain that, oh, actually Robinhood is under the horrible brokers. I didn't even realize there was a eToro, Interactive Brokers, US, Canadian, and Robinhood are all in the horrible brokers section. I didn't even realize there was two different sections for that. That's pretty funny. Yeah, a little bit. Badback, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I guess you could say that. My dad was an interesting fellow. I think maybe some of the things that he saw, like I think that what was interesting about him is that what gave him an interesting perspective on life was that the law can work both for you and against you, but you can always try to get the law to work on your side if you know the law well enough. So like laws can be bent kind of thing. I think when we were talking about a little bit earlier on here, we were talking about ethics. I think in the rule of law, if you think rules can be bent to fit a certain situation, then you might be violating some ethical codes. I don't think law is very just. I've seen some law things that have made me feel like it's very unjust, but my dad would have argued the opposite. He would have said that law is very just and fair. It's kind of weird. It's hard. It's hard. I think it's being a lawyer really gives you kind of like a different perspective on how the world works, I think. And I'm just too much of an idealist to appreciate that. I want concrete rules. That's why I like numbers so much. I don't know. I just like numbers. $47.01 million shares traded. We're going to call it 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 3 hours or 180 minutes. We're going to say 47 million. So it looks like we're on pace for 101 million shares traded for the day today. That's right. That's how I kind of feel, Badback. Men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. Although I do believe that you can manipulate numbers to lie. So you know, it's like you're saying, like people can make numbers lie, but if you just let the numbers do the talking for themselves, inherently the numbers just don't lie. So it depends on how, you know, if the numbers are manipulated or not. For example, right, AMC is a perfect example. If you take the fundamentals of AMC, right, and you look at all the fundamentals of AMC, the numbers lie. The numbers lie incredibly, and they say that AMC is probably the worst stock you could ever possibly put your money into. If you look at the technicals of AMC, what you're going to understand is that there's some fishy crap going on in this stock. I mean, I'm talking like the stinkiest to stinky fishy. and and yeah, so you know, the numbers are paint kind of a different picture when you start looking at those technicals. And so when you start to realize what, you know, what's happening, that the books are getting that they're cooked a little bit, you start to understand that there's a bigger picture to the fundamentals, and the fundamentals can be thrown to the side because it's the technicals is what we're trading on right now, and that's the important part. Well, guys, we are moving into this box here. This is that box that I created. Hopefully, we see a spike up here and breakout. Hopefully, in this time frame. This is, I know you got, this is the triangle right here. This top line, followed by this one down the side here. This larger line that goes up and continues on up here. That's part of the larger wedge, the bigger, 8 to 11 day wedge that I have drawn out, which I think we're going to see the breakout during that period of time. So as we move down into this 1 minute wedge that we have that's forming right here, we're getting ever so close to this 44.26. We want to see that number hold. I mean, we can drop down to as low as $44 right now without dropping outside of this. But John, welcome back. Good to see you again. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was saying that we're on 101 million pace as it stands right now. That was at 150, 140, 150 earlier. So volume has dropped off quite a bit. If I zoom out just a tad bit, you'll see what I'm talking about as far as volume dropping off. It was pretty strong earlier this morning, and then sometime right around probably about 11 a.m. it looks like it just started dropping. So, and it's still continuing on a decline. There was a couple bump ups in here, especially during this time frame where we had this price spike. Sounds good. Sounds good, John. On the hour. From now on my show, on the hour, every hour, I'm going to do technicals. So if you want to know what's going on, technicals wise, that's when you want to tune in, is on the hour. I'm going to try and commit to that from here on out. On the hour, every hour, we'll just kind of run through all the numbers and take a look and see where we stand. Right now, I'm seeing a bullish breakout that should be occurring somewhere between 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time to 1:30. I'm really hoping that that this level of support's found in here somewhere around the $44 range. We do have a couple levels of support at that $44 range. We got a 2,100 at 43.95, 1130 at 44.02, and a 2764 at 44.10. So we do have a couple different levels of support that should help to push us back up and above 44.26 and moving forward. Man, I'll tell you what, guys, this beard is getting so doggone itchy. Ugh. People always tell me, they're always like, you got to get to this is the longest I've ever had my beard, and they keep telling me like, oh, you just got to wait till you get to a certain point, and then you know the itchiness goes away. I just don't think so. It never goes away for me. I don't know. But I'm determined to keep growing it until we hit the squeeze. I'll tell you what, the very first day that we hit the squeeze, I'm going to show up on the show without a beard. When I see the squeeze start happening, that's probably the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to run for the bathroom. I'm going to shave it all off. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to start dancing in front of the computer, wave my body around. You guys are going to be like, yeah. Who is this guy? This is not my house. This is not my beautiful wife. This is not my car. All right, so let's see if we get the support at 44 bucks here and bounce off of this. How many shares do we have borrowed right now? 1.78. Let's see if that's gone up any. Yep, it has, just slightly. 1.8 million shares borrowed. The closer that gets to 3 million, the more price increase we're going to start seeing throughout the day. So hopefully that goes up some more. Okay, here's the bounce off of that off that bottom lower edge. Hopefully it pushes through. Not a whole lot of support over on the options side. Sorry, what am I saying? Options. Not a whole lot of support over on the ask or sell side of the bid order book. So there is room for this to move up. On a 30-minute scale, we have an RSI of 50.46, which is right down the middle. And a 5-minute interval is at 51.17. So we definitely have room to move up right here. We also have room to move down, but up is what I'm thinking is going to happen here. Hopefully we can shoot this back up above 44.26 moving forward. I do see some good buy orders in here, so hopefully we'll see this turn around. Is anyone else seeing this? This is posted by Lonely Human 2001 on Reddit. I'm not sure what it is that they're trying to show. Never mind, I'm not going to show it. I don't see it. Not sure what they were trying to point out there. Okay, it does look like they're trying to push this down below $44. We do have a level of support at 44.02. And also one at 43.95. Okay, I want to play this over here. This is according to Coach Neighbor 01. They posted Gary Gensler talking about half of our market not going to the lit exchanges, being traded in dark pools. This is really good. I like hearing Gary talk about this kind of stuff. You know, we were talking earlier about, why isn't our government protecting us and stuff, but I think this is good to hear. It's good to hear that he's acknowledging this. Let me play this for you.
Of it properly. But to mention to your two questions, first, we have a practice that has taken on more meaning in the last few years in the U.S. where brokers, or I should really say wholesalers, are buying order flow from the trading app. So when you go online and you trade here as a retail public, that order may be bought by a wholesaler, and there's 3 to 5 that are buying most of that order flow. The inherent conflict is whether somebody's paying 2 cents or a penny and a half or something per share that's going to that order flow is it's not going to a lit, transparent stock exchange, and orders are not competing against other orders. Instead, one wholesaler is buying a significant portion. We also, secondly, are seeing a great deal of concentration. So it's really sort of around this small handful of market makers that are buying a significant portion of the retail activity in the U.S. And we have probably approximately half of our markets now not going to the lit exchanges. It's going to the dark pools and the wholesalers that are also dark. So some inherent conflicts. And so, yes, it's part of what we're considering, but also thinking about other conflicts, the exchanges, and many of the technical issues about what's called tick sizes and our national best bid and best offer. On sustainable finance, as I said earlier, we're taking
Sorry, guys.
two approaches, one for the disclosure side and one for funds. And we're very much looking at what you've done, not just in your taxonomy that you mentioned, but more broadly. But if I can focus.
That's pretty cool, man. I mean, in my opinion, it's really good to see that they're acknowledging this kind of stuff. I think the fact that they're acknowledging what's going on is really super important for us to know that they recognize what's happening and that there needs to be more transparency. That's really huge. Those are good things. So we're talking about why isn't our government helping to protect us? Well, I mean they're acknowledging that there's stuff that's going on that is not cool. That's the first step, right? The first step to recovery. I'm getting Adam, one of my group admins, wants to have a conversation with me. And I've been struggling a little bit with trying to get that stuff to work with Skype. Let's see if you can call me on Skype. Okay, now I'm a little bit worried about this. We tested off of this lower channel right here that we're kind of moving up. Hey Adam, hold on 1 second while I adjust levels. Can you just say something real quick for me so I can adjust the levels real quick for the mics? All right, keep going.
Okay.
All right.
Hello, check.
Yep, I got you. I got you. You're good.
Okay.
What's up, man? Long time no talk.
Yeah, long time no talk. I was just chatting with one of my friend, and something. So I thought of something, right? Because I don't know how much you've been talking on the channel.
Hold on. Okay, guys, we're going to say right now, put on your tinfoil hats. I'm letting everybody know, put on your tinfoil hats.
Tinfoil Adam is here.
Adam is here. We're putting on our tinfoil hats here for a second. All right, Adam, go ahead. Disclaimer. I got a disclaimer. I know it's coming. I'm gonna clench a little here. I'm gonna clench and I'm ready for you. Go ahead, shoot.
Okay, so I don't know how much you've been talking about on channel about the dollar and reverse repo and all this stuff. I mean, to put it in short, there's a lot of sign that people are seeing of how our market is doing, right? I mean, we all in this game waiting for the margin call, and a lot of speculation right now is like the margin call will most likely 99% is gonna happen if the market crash, right?
Right.
Yeah. And we also seeing that reverse repo at an all-time high. So the dollar is definitely going to take a hit after this market crash, right?
Yes.
Okay. So with that out of the way, we're going to talk about where are the hedge funds, the bankers, and all these Wall Street guys, where are they going to put their money? What's their plan? Like, because like when you see, if you know that the collapse is coming, right? Like we, the average people, can see the sign, and it's like we're not 100% sure, right? But if you're in the exchange and you're like in the rich club, let's just say, for example, right? You would know this is coming.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I don't have any doubt that they see it coming.
Yeah. How would you plan to move your asset? Of course, you're gonna move your assets as soon as possible, right? I mean, like if we know for sure as a human, like an average Joe, we would. Like, okay, retirement, let's take it out. All my saving in the bank, let's take it out. All the cash, I'm just gonna go there, buy buy like a bunch of stuff that I can store, that I can move my asset, right? Or move into Bitcoin, or buying a bunch of gold, buy a bunch of silver, right? Or I mean, I would dump it to AMC, but yeah. So the whole point is, I'm trying to find out where are they gonna move the money to, because. And a lot of talking about like, oh yeah, crypto, this and that, right? But the more I think about it, it's like, why would they move it to crypto? Because you have to like think it like of like the level of like a billionaire or a trillionaire, Wall Street guys, right? That like, I mean, now that we discover the idea of the dark pool, you see how much volume get traded in a single second. Right? And then you're going to tell me that these hedge funds is just so afraid of a crash that they're going to move all their asset into Bitcoin, where, they will be the one driving the price up, right? And the people that originally have Bitcoins, they're going to benefit from it. But it's like, the rich is not making money. That's what I'm saying. Because if they dump it into Bitcoin and Bitcoin shoot up to, let's just say, hypothetically, 200,000 a coin, right? At that point, why would the rich even do that? Because who else is going to put money into it? Let's just say the whole average Joe community, like, oh snap, my 401k, all that stuff, let me move all my 401k into Bitcoin, right? Let's just say that even happening. That's like like gonna move Bitcoin up in a very small and minuscule percentage that is not even worth it for the Wall Street guys. I mean, think about this. They coming from like, you know, being in the exchange where they can trade like billions of stocks. Money moves like in billion, trillion every single day. And you telling me these guys gonna have the patience to sit in Bitcoin, then wait for it to go a few percentage? You see?
I mean, we're already seeing some of the money get moved into foreign markets. You know, that would
Yeah,
probably...
I'll get to that. Yeah, I'll get to that. But
all right. I didn't realize you weren't done. I thought you were asking me a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, like, what do you see right now? Like the people out there that like shillings and like trying to push the idea that, oh, crypto is going to be the next thing. Crypto is everybody going to be moving into. I don't think so.
So where do you think it's going?
I 100% don't think so at this point.
Where do you think it's going?
I mean, right now, I mean, you can look at BlackRock, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's very apparent right now that they are moving all their asset because, like, if you think about it this way, right? The Feds know the market crash is coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now, we are experiencing inflation already, right?
Right.
So it should be harder to loan stuff if this is coming, right? But like we're still getting loans, interest rate is increasing, but it's not like at an alarming rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that just means that like they're trying to create this illusion that like the financial market is okay, right? So that must mean that the Fed has been buying a lot of bonds from all these other companies that are about to get bailed out so they can continue doing their operation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you see like the reverse repo going so high, you know, like up all the time because they're covering everybody. So if this is the case, then you know, if this is the case, then like why would the Feds, you know, hold all these babies for? Like why are they babying them? You know, I mean, there has to be a something that the Fed can pay back because they don't want to sit on these trillions and trillions of dollars of bonds. And then, you know, when the market crash and, you know, these guys get bailed out and then they're just like, I mean, what, like, nobody going to pay for this, right? That's going to hurt our GDP a lot. So I think they are going to have to find a way to make money. And I think this is the mission of BlackRock because BlackRock funded by the Feds, right? And they out there buying up properties, buying up like houses and all this stuff, right? In massive amount. And people are speculating, oh, they're going to have. So I would say here's two train of thoughts. One, I see that this is a way they moving useless cash money right now that's sitting here. It's about to get exploded, right? They're moving all this useless cash into actual physical assets like house because you know when inflation happens, these houses are going to explode in prices, right?
I actually think there's a bubble on the housing market, right? Like I think the housing market and actually more specifically commercial market for commercial property is going to blow up. We're going to see like a huge decrease in price. So we talked about this before, right?
The huge decrease in price can happen because right now, like you were speculating because why are Feds and BlackRock as a whole are like, you know, holding everything? Why are they holding all of these giant market if they're going to be in a bubble? That's the question people are asking, right?
Right.
So
because it doesn't make sense.
There's only two possibilities.
Why buy overinflated pricing when you know the price is going to drop out on it and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense? Yeah, we talked about that before, and I actually don't have an answer for that. It doesn't make any sense. Even AMC's doing it. They're buying up movie theaters. Like why would Adam Aron think that it's a smart idea to go buy up movie theaters when commercial property prices are going to be bottoming out once the market crashes? You know, because why buy?
Yeah, that's a good.
Why buy them in advance if you know that these prices are going to be dropping to like bare bottom, you know, gorilla knuckle dragging price lows? You know, it's like it doesn't make any sense why people are trying to push to buy property. So there's something we're not getting. Either we're not getting, or I feel like there must be something we're just not getting.
Okay, so I'm thinking there's two train of thoughts in this, right? There's two outcomes that could happen. One, I mean, a lot of super tinfoil hat guys are saying that the America will become the lands of the rentals. Basically, housing, it's going to be the rich club only thing where people with money, because these houses are going to shoot up, these property prices with inflation is gonna shoot up to like $800,000 a house on average,
Right.
or like maybe in the millions. Who knows, right?
So there's
And
no
then
bubble, and then people just have to rent. They're forced to rent.
yes, they are
So
forced to rent. But that's like a kind of apocalyptic, right? I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it's possible at this
no,
point. But
that actually seems, it's really funny because I went to go visit my mom in California. That's where I delivered my son off to. Hold on 1 second here. I'm just checking something. So I took my son out to California to go with his mom for the rest of the way to his base post. Looks like we're having that breakout, guys. I just want to announce real quick. It looks like we're starting to get that breakout right now. It's a little bit earlier than my box that I had here. Hopefully we test 44.88 and punch through there. It's starting to creep up. We'll see if it does actually move. So here's the deal. If you go to California, right, prices are through the roof out there. It's becoming really popular. It wasn't just my mom. This is the generation before mine. My parents and people who are in their 60s, 70s, that kind of range. They're buying these duplex homes in these communities, and it's almost like it's a miniature. It's like, what am I trying to say? It's a duplex. It's a duplex in an apartment kind of style living where you feel like you have your own house, but it's still kind of like apartment living as well. So it's like a larger than normal size apartments, but still considered a home. I don't even know if that makes any sense at all, but that's what I'm seeing. Everybody's starting to move into these rental type units, and they're building these rental type units all over the place, where it's like it's smaller communities living inside these small communities. Are you still there, Adam?
Oh. Sorry, I muted because you were talking about something else. I didn't want to interrupt. But yeah, no, I heard you.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm seeing that. I'm definitely seeing that. Like in my travels across the United States, I'm definitely seeing huge amounts of rentals happening.
You might be right. I mean, New York and California are definitely the vision of how the elites want us to live. I mean, they are like pretty much experimental city.
Yeah. So if Adam Aaron's in on this, or not in on it, but if he understands what the backing on this is, you could see for AMC, it's a rental joint, right? Like he can use AMC as a movie theater to be able to rent out for different purposes, whether it be boxing, UFC fights, whether it be gaming, streaming stuff. Basically.
So okay, guys, let me interrupt you real quick. So
okay.
That's what I'm getting at next. Okay, and
all right,
Richard. I'm not here to knock on crypto, right? Crypto is great for the average person when the dollar collapsed. It's gonna be great, but I don't think that is where the big money is gonna move into. Highly doubt it at this point. But shoot. I don't want to lose what I'm trying to think. Okay, what were we talking about earlier? Before
You're talking about moving into a rental state. All these companies seem to know that, which basically the United States turns into a rental organization.
yeah, that's true. Okay. So I don't know how's that gonna do for the GDP, in terms like maybe like they can just like say like, oh yeah, look, like housing market in the United States are fine. People are just renting, and look, like houses, like these prices are gonna hold. Or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or two, right? Which is some other one I looked at, and it's like, okay, so this is like a neutral ending. It's not like it's not like a total apocalypse for the average person, right? Like if they sell all these houses, so let's just say that the feds need the money right now to cover all these bailouts, and bonds and broken companies, right? They need to have money to bring these back up, clear the debt, so like interest rate can go down, and loans can be given out again. So they have to sell all these property back, right? And that's when the price gonna crash, like you say, and the housing bubble price gonna go back and hopefully go back to normal, or maybe less. I'm not sure, but like, now that we talk about, I don't know, that sounds kind of implausible now. So yeah, the biggest thing. Okay, so where to move your money to? Because you told me about the Brazilian bankers or like banks like in Brazil, right? That are basically exchanging a bunch of dark pool share, like naked share, right?
No, they actually, according to their law, they actually have to have the actual shares in order to be able to trade them. They're being told that their shares are being held in a bank someplace, and they believe that they have the entire float
Oh.
worth of shares, and they're trading those on their market on a 6-to-1 ratio. So it's they believe that they have the entire float worth of shares out there to be able to trade those. So that's, I mean, that was just kind of one of those things that we're looking at as part of the reason how you can prove that there's bazillion, like just billions of shares that are in existence out there.
Okay, so look at it this way. So when the market crash and AMC go to the moon, right? And these Brazilian guy finally have their AMC share in GME, right? They look at the market. Would they sell? No, because we're talking like apocalyptic event with Amazon, with Google stock price, with SP 500. Everything is gonna go down. I don't know, like let's just say 500%, or maybe Amazon like shoot down like I don't know how big the hedge position is in Amazon, but like somewhere along that amount, right? And then here you are, you having holding AMC, which the price at $50,000 for $500,000, for example, right? Why would you sell? Because now you have a market in the US where the dollar is collapsing and literally everything is collapsing around it. Why would you sell? You have like you're literally like, we are going to be holding the biggest Bitcoin in like the entire US market.
I mean,
right?
I know I definitely believe that. I do believe that we are holding a stock that, yeah, I mean, you could, if you want to look at it in terms of Bitcoin, yeah, it could definitely get up to those kind of levels.
But yeah, like I don't see how okay, maybe I'm not seeing something, but you can tell me. But like, I don't see how AMC can just go to the moon and just have a massive sell-off. Who's gonna sell them off?
I mean, there's going to be people, right? There's going to be people who sell at some point,
I mean, yeah, of course, but yeah, like you're trading.
Just to give you an example, right? I'm not gonna throw anybody in or a bus, but I'm gonna say that I do know somebody, personally, who says that after they have a couple $1 million, that they're completely satisfied with that and that they're gonna walk away from this. There's people out there who aren't looking to see how high they can get this, right? And that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the fact that they're selling their shares, because there's so many to be covered out there. It's ridiculous. But there are definitely people out there who are going to sell, because they just don't. They want to take their money and run. Imagine if you've never.
That's true. But let's just say.
Imagine if you've never seen more than 4 digits in your bank account any one time in your savings account. Next thing you know, you have multiple 6 digits. Like 3, 4, 5 million.
That's true. But like, okay, that's like, but like, okay, I'm like, yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be people like that, right? But like, to us right now, in the future, let's just say, I don't know how bad the dollar value is gonna get, but what if like in the near future the dollar collapse and then you look at $1 million and it's like, okay, the million doesn't even seem like much anymore because of the giant inflation. It's just like, why don't I just use AMC stock as a bank? You see what I'm saying?
I thought it was really funny the other day when I was on my trip. My son and I were talking, and I said, I wonder if it's possible if AMC could get to the point to where, like, instead of actually selling your shares, you could use it as a barter system for buying something. Can you imagine?
No, I'm serious. I
Can
mean,
you
like,
imagine,
these kind
like,
of thing can impossible.
Can you imagine as a shareholder of AMC, saying like, I want to buy the corner store down the block from me, so I'm gonna go sell them 20 shares to buy their store?
Yeah, that can happen.
I'm
definitely can see it. I mean, it's just like.
How crazy would that be?
What else? I mean, how would it drops? People always like, oh, it's gonna squeeze and it's gonna drop. But like, when they talk about that Volkswagen stock, it's like the market was fine back then. right? When Volkswagen had that naked and short thing.
There's a little bit
The market
difference
was
between
fine.
the Volkswagen, even GME and AMC. The big difference is the sheer amount of volume. There's massive amount of volume behind AMC that you didn't have in GME. Bad Back 007 said, excuse me, AMC turns into Bitcoin. I mean, think about this for a second. Aaron already came on and said that they're partnering to be able to accept Bitcoin, right? Wasn't that what they said already?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, before the end of this year, they were supposed to be able to trade Bitcoin for AMC to be able to buy stuff in AMC. There's your direct link right there into Bitcoin. Can you imagine how
You know what?
crazy that would be?
That'd be great. I mean, that if that's his way out for people, like turn, if the dollar become useless, yeah, we can turn this into using Bitcoin. That'd be great. I mean, that's gonna help the people. But like I said before, I'm trying to see if anyone can debate me on this. But it's like, I already see like news articles saying like, the China market, the China of all everybody, it's like it's creating their own stock exchange over there, and it's just like, but they have to do it for a reason. You know what I mean? I mean, none of us is gonna go there because it's like you're jumping in here, which is a lion den. Now you're jumping into China stock exchange. Yeah, you can kiss my ass because it's like that's like jumping into a shark pool. You know what I mean? You're avoiding a lion's den. You're gonna jump into a shark pool. It's like, who's gonna do that? But I'm pretty sure that's where all the money the elite's gonna put into is at the China exchange market.
Yeah, Shaylee. I hope I say it right. I'm so far sorry if I'm not getting it right. It looks like Sheely Richards. That's what I'm going with. Sheely Richards says to capture the youth, they need to go to Doge, and I would agree with that. I think there's a huge popularity amongst just young investors in general. That Doge is definitely I mean, it's kind of like a meme crypto.
Yeah, and I want to look at that. It's going according to your lines.
Yeah, it's starting to. So all right, so it creeped up the bottom side here of this this triangle. It hit the bottom edge of it and just like went all the way right up to the very top of it. So we tested that 4488 level, bounced off of that, and then now we're kind of bouncing down. This is consolidation right here, classic consolidation. I can see this testing off the bottom edge again, and then maybe having the breakout probably in the next 20 minutes. In the next 20 minutes, we'll probably have a pretty decent breakout. And this is just the breakout of the smaller wedge. Here's the small wedge we were just looking at. This is the much larger wedge that's up here that we're going to see a breakout in either Friday or Tuesday of next week, somewhere in this time frame in here. This is where we're at now, and this is where we're going. So there's some there's some good movement coming. We are breaking out down below it now, though. I might just redraw the lines. I don't know. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, I didn't do my hourly updates, so I'm gonna start as we're talking. I should have been refreshing stuff. So let me refresh a few screens because I missed my hourly updates. It was worth it though. We're talking about conspiracy stuff here with Adam.
It's not a conspiracy; it's a plan.
Are you still there? Okay. It sounded like you got cut out for a second.
No, these are really good possibilities to keep in mind, because like I don't want to keep the same track mindset of, oh, it's Moon, I'm gonna sell. Oh, it's Moon, gonna sell, and we have no idea where the Wall Street guys are going. You know what I mean?
This is why I said that if having a floor, like a base number for your bottom, or your top rather, you shouldn't have. You don't want to have a floor. You should be trading based off of volume and off of the swing on the price. Dude,
if you could do maybe a class or it's like a session where you can explain it. Not right now. I have to go back and work in like 2 minutes. But yeah, yeah. I think
I lost you.
I think
There you
I
are.
think that should be pretty good. Yeah, because idea of like having a floor, but it's like what the freaking floor is. So that's not even good advice. You know what I mean? Like what you're saying is right. Everybody should be trading on volume or some kind of data that they can have a a smart decision on.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm just going to point it out real quick here. On the dark pools here next to my finger, we're currently at 65% in the dark pools traded so far. That is going to be shy from what's actually being traded. We know that this website that I'm pulling from is different than Stonk Tracker by the end of the day by about 4 to 5%. So we're really trading somewhere closer to like 69 to 70 to 70% in the dark pools right now. Borrowed change, we are currently at 1.85 million shares borrowed for the day today. That is up from 1.78. Let's see what else we got going here. 17.37% short share interest of the free flow, and our highest levels of volume still currently at $45 for the calls, up from 26.5 to 34.8 in the last little over an hour. And on the put side, it looks like the highest level of volume is currently shifted over to $43. So there has been an adjustment. They no longer believe, I no longer believe, and I believe that the options are showing that they no longer believe they can drop this price further. So we didn't quite hit the number I said. I said 40.50, and we didn't get there. The lowest we got was, what did I have in my paperwork? 42.37. I don't even think that's accurate. What did we hit? 40. Let's see. Yep, nope, 42.37. That was the low. Still swinging up this I might have to modify this just ever so slightly. It looks like we kind of deviated out of it just a tad bit. I'm going to put it back here. I'm going to move my box just a little bit because of that deviation. I'm going to move my box back right to about there. Let's see. Put options 14.6. That is up from 12.4, but it's in a different value range now. So it was 12.4 earlier at the $43 strike price. It went from 12.4. No, I believe 40 was the strike price before. It went from 12.4 to 13.1. But it's no longer that. It's no longer a strike price of 43. It is now a strike price. Sorry, 40. It's now a strike price of 43. Highest volume 14.6. Yeah, I will, guys. I'm definitely planning on making sure that we understand. I will have a day, I can schedule a day where we can sit and we can talk about what it is that I'm going to be looking for so you feel comfortable with what it is that I have to talk about as far as when I'm going to see what kind of indicators I'm going to be looking for instead of a floor. I have a floor. Don't get me wrong. I do have like a ceiling, like a level that I think that we can get to. But that's not what I'm going to be trading on. I'm going to be trading on volume, and I'm going to be trading off of these price highs and lows that we see. Those are the two indicators that I'm going to be looking at to get out of the stock, because if you trade based off of a floor, you have no idea how close you're going to be to right as to where the top is. And I don't want to kick myself in the butt feeling like I left some behind. I know I'm going to leave some behind. There's no doubt about it, but I don't want to leave a lot behind. Let's see here. Pull this over real quick for you guys.
And Casey, yeah, I'm gonna head out now for work-related stuff. So, but thank you for having me on the show.
Hey man, I always appreciate you coming by talking. You're welcome anytime. Talk to you later. Have a good rest of the workday.
Talk is crazy. All right, you have a good day.
You have a great day. All right. Moving on, guys. Looking at the rest of the technicals that we have. Let's see here. I'll move you guys over to the other page. Stonk Tracker remembers, just like Petridge Farms does. They're not showing any shares being borrowed currently. That's definitely going to allow us to move up in price because they're going to need shares in order to keep the price from going up. 32,402 call options in the money, 101.4 out of the money on the puts. The market is advanced by 4,304 advancers to 2,283 decliners. NASDAQ is up 0.21, Dow Jones up 0.36, and S&P 500 is up 0.27. Looks like most of the markets are looking pretty good down here. Robinhood is at 0.76% up for the day. Amazon up 0.43, Cinemark 2.18. Doge is down 1.66. GME is up down 0.35. We are up 1.4%. We're still just kind of bouncing off this low end here. It's not quite pushing out here yet. I mean, this might just find its way. Wow, it's starting to break down now. I think there's definitely a fight happening right now. So let me see where I have my touch points at from earlier. I'm going to delete this line and redraw it. I'm going to redraw this line because I feel like we have some better touch points. I'm going to wait for it to have a swing back up before I draw it back out again. Because I want to try and get it. I felt like I had a pretty good box down there, but I think there's definitely, if we pull up the Bollinger, we'll see that there's some, well, actually, there's probably not a whole lot of manipulation happening right now, but I do feel like there's a fight going on. You can see definitely volatility. This is unnatural movement moving upwards. And of course, it had to come back down to normalize. We're trading in a... Heck, I might just leave this line right here like this. This line seems to be supporting. The Bollinger Band is tightening a little bit, which means volatility is going down. You can see that in the volume. The last minute traded about 81,000 shares. That's low. That's pretty low. We're only at 52 million shares traded for the day so far, with about 35 minutes past the halfway point of the day. So we're looking at under 100 million shares traded for the day today. I am glad to see that AMC remained in the top trending stocks on Fidelity. That's really good to see. We're keeping AMC the focus. That is the point in talking about AMC as the focus. Currently, though, we did move out of first place. Looks like they've got a new one up now, ANY. ANY is trending higher than AMC. AMC is showing that they have 53% buys and 47% sells. This is dropping lower and lower throughout the day, less and less buys. Kind of strange because we're seeing the price move up. So, let's see. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. $44. Why would people be selling right now at 44? I mean, there is a gray area between 40 and 45. What is ANY? I just want to look up ANY. We're keeping AMC the focus. AMC is definitely the focus. I just want to see what ANY is real quick here. I don't even know what it is. ANY. Sphere 3D. I have no idea what that is. What is it and why is it getting so much attention? Okay, that's why. Yep. This is another small cap stock. I'm sure people are seeing this as an opportunity and they're buying into it because of this launch. It's low priced. It makes it very attractive for people who have money, smaller amounts of money that they want to invest, and so they're throwing it in here to try and catch the rise on this. That takes away from AMC's movement. This is why we're trying to keep AMC on the top. We want to be AMC. We want AMC to kind of have like the highest priority as far as buying goes. We need the volume. We need the volume in order to continue to push this into areas where it makes it extremely uncomfortable for the hedge funds to have to, cover long call positions, sort of forcing them into a gamma squeeze. Once the gamma squeeze hits, it's all over. The story ends. Moving to a 1 hour interval, RSI is at 47.59, just slightly lower than average. On a 30-minute interval, it's 51.39, which is basically average. 5-minute interval is at 50.16, right almost dead smack average. The stock price could move anywhere at this point. It has both the ability to move up right now and down. With volume kind of decreasing, it tends to fall down during those periods of time. But you might see something like kind of what happened a little bit earlier, where volume started to decrease, and it started to do this effect right here, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, volume just kicked in real quick, and that's all it took, just a little bit of volume to bump this up in price. Okay, here comes the short ladder attack now. They'll see how far down they can drop this price. And if they don't get any resistance, they'll just keep on dropping it. Let's see. What is our inflow versus outflow? $530 to $533, almost dead even. Right now we have a three-point spread between inflow and outflow, with a 1.1 or 1.2% gain for the day. Well, it's breaking out where this box is. If I would have left it where it was earlier, probably still would have been. The box ended at 330 earlier, which would have been right here, and it is indeed breaking out. I believe my earlier line would have been kind of following kind of like this path right here, so it did break out, going down outside of that pattern, which I really kind of, it's perplexing to see. Did not see that coming. I still feel like there's an opportunity for this to be able to push back up. I mean, you could. You definitely have a descending parallel channel here. It's going to break out of this. I mean, probably like really soon. I mean, it's hovering across this top line just so heavily that I feel like we're just, all we need is volume to pick back up again, and it'll just pop right up through here and just jump right through 44.26, much like it did back here. Otherwise, it'd be dropping pretty quick. Well, I guessed between 60 to 80 million shares traded for the day today. We're getting closer and closer to my estimate. I did say in the very early wee hours of the morning today that we might see almost a duplicate volume level to what we saw yesterday, which was slightly outside of my guesstimate of 60 to 80, because yesterday was 82.5. So we might fall right in there on that 82.5 on volume. Distractors. I'm telling you guys, they're out there. They are pushing these distracting shares on other companies to try and they're trying so hard to move people away from AMC. They do not want people investing money in this. And there's that breakout I'm talking about. Boom. Driving right past. Ideally, what we want to see right now, this is ideal. If we can get this to jump up from 44 bucks to 48 in like, just a really quick period of time, it will ignite a fire like you won't believe, and it will just absolutely spike quite a bit. We could see prices in the range of sorry, 1 second. I have to pull it back out a little bit further to see what price range it will see. If we could get it to happen, you could possibly see price. We could test 48 again. I know I said 48. If we drive from 40, where we're at right now, at $44, right up to 48, it could blow out today. It could blow out very easily today. It's probably not going to happen. We're probably not going to see that. I'm going to go ahead and call that that's not going to happen. I do think that the earliest we'll see this breakout is probably tomorrow. But I am seeing a green day tomorrow, almost absolutely. Unless we jump up to 48 bucks like right now. That's the only way I could see a down day for tomorrow. I feel more dehydrated since my trip. Like I just really feel, I know I just had like a huge, this was actually tea, it wasn't water, but I feel dehydrated today. Excuse me for just a second, guys. I gotta go pick up some water real quick because I don't know why I'm so dehydrated. I know tea is a diuretic. It's not really good for like hydrating you. And that's not the issue, because I mean I just had 1 cup of tea. It wasn't like a whole lot. We went to the San Diego Zoo when we were in San Diego. Met up with my my godfather. Yes, I have a godfather, believe it or not. Charlie Holquist is his name. If he ever happens to hear this, shout out to him. He may be an ape here fairly shortly. Hopefully he's an ape already. If he is, he's going to be looking pretty good. But they took us to the San Diego Zoo, and me and my son both, I think, got dehydrated on that trip. We were not feeling ourselves the next day. And then the whole time change coming back to Texas. Oh boy. 2 hours, man. Talk about messing up your time schedule. I really wish we could like get rid of the whole daylight savings stuff. I know that's not going to really help with the time zone change, but daylight savings is one of those things where I feel like we just need to get rid of it already. I think some people would agree, depending on what part of the hemisphere they live in. Like if you're in Northern America, yeah, they'd probably be like, nah, let's keep that. Maybe we should have like a daylight savings, anything above like in a line that cuts the United States in half. Everybody on the top half goes by daylight savings. Everybody on the bottom half doesn't. I'd be all for that. So we didn't really see volume pick up, but the price did. So unusual movement. Let's look at our Bollinger and see where it's at. Still moving up within healthy levels. Let's see what we got going here. Oh man, I still have not seen The Big Short, guys. I really want to see that movie. Um, I'm seeing a post by Carl John Jacob. Is that really a name? I love people on Reddit, man. Some of the usernames are freaking hilarious. The Big Short is showing up on Roku right now. That's really cool. I want to see that movie so bad. I have to look up and see where. I'm sure I've got to have something that I can stream that off of. Let's see. I still want to see it. I can't believe I haven't seen it. Like, I feel like such a bad ape. Like, the fact that that we're involved in this and that I haven't seen that yet is so disgraceful. Where to watch The Big Short? It's on Amazon. Is it part of, Wait, is this right? On Netflix? Nuh-uh. The movie is currently available to rent on YouTube, Google Play, Prime Video, Vudu, Fandango Now, and iTunes, where a 48 rental costs $2.99 to $3.99. You can also purchase The Big Short on these platforms where it costs between $7.99 and $14.99. I have Prime. I could probably watch it on there. I might buy that. I have to watch. I don't know what you guys watch on TV, but my wife and I, we got to catch up on The Walking Dead. We've got 2 episodes because I was on my trip. We missed 2 episodes, so we're gonna save those for later and watch those. But I'm gonna have to watch the Big Short. It's $3.99 for rental on Amazon Prime. I'm gonna make that homework for me for this weekend. I have watched so many clips from that, it's not even funny. Crazy Peppy, man, we were talking about you. Welcome back. Do not have that. I don't know what you're talking about, but we were talking about you earlier, man. You were the topic for a little while. I was talking about the future of our community, and we all have something to learn from each other. And the reason that your name came up was I was talking about how like you had insight in January of what things that caused you to want to sell GME when you had GME. And so I was giving an example of how like I'm sure you have instances where you can point to where you could say like these are the pitfalls that you saw and why you did what you did back in January. And I hate to use it as a bad example, but I think you would probably, say with me that you wish you'd probably held on to those shares a little bit longer. But, irregardless, you had a life lesson, and luckily you have a second chance at it, which is the cool part, right? You have a second chance. You learned from your previous mistake. Hopefully, some of us are going to be able to learn from that as well. There's going to be people who can't learn from it and they have to make their own mistake and they may not get a second chance. So, but man, we all have so much we can learn from each other. Crazy, you want to come on the show and talk sometime? It's an open-ended offer. If you ever feel like you want to come on and talk, I'd love to talk to you about what it was that you saw, some of the experiences. It's important, I think, for people to understand. You don't understand. I've been looking for a long time to talk to somebody who went through the whole ordeal of owning GME shares, and the people are tough to find. They're really tough to find. I actually feel extremely fortunate to have you as a group of people on here who have been a part of that. You're part of the OG. Hats off to you for being a part of that. But yeah, man, welcome back to the show again. It's good to see you. Would love to talk to you about that. Okay, this price is dropping back down again. It looks like we're going to test 44.26. Boy, this is just a hot mess in here. I really don't even know. I mean, this is just so nasty looking. Let me zoom out just a tad. I mean, it still has us bouncing off the bottom right now. No, it doesn't. That gives us some room to breathe. All right, let's try this. Let's try this one more time here. What the heck? Chart layouts. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even realize. This looks like a new feature. I haven't seen this before. Chart layout. Save layout. That's cool. I'm going to have to mess around with that this weekend. A couple new features on here. I love this one where I can just get rid of all my lines all at once. Loving that. Let's see, what am I doing here again? Oh yeah, I'm drawing a box. Breakout rectangle. Right about there. It's gonna go. That's gonna have to go a little bit this direction. That's probably good. Just like that. Okay, so that has us breaking out. So earlier I had said between 1 and 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, which we're past. I mean, we did have a bit of a breakout, but it didn't. It tested the top up at 44.87. So we now have what is that? A double top? Yeah, a double top at 44.87. I was counting this one as a top earlier, even though it's not really technically a top. We didn't quite make it, but it did finally hit that second time. So this is probably gonna, at some point here, we're probably gonna have to test it a third time before bouncing back down and then finally breaking out that fourth time. I know Trey has said this a million times. He's the man. Hats off to Trey for teaching me a lot of stuff I didn't know. But I think he's right. These quadruple tops happen quite frequently, and when they do happen, they are sure signs. So I would look to see possibly another testing. It could break out on the third time, but more than likely it'll move back down and then kind of break out after that. And so that's going to be 14:30. Let me see, what time is this showing right here? 13:47. Yeah, that's right. So between 14:30 and 14:50. So for you guys who don't do military time, 2:30 to 2:50. Wait, isn't that the end of the day? Wait a minute. Wait, am I doing my math wrong? Oh, that's sorry. Did I say, what time did I say? I said 2. That is 2. 2:30 to 2:50. Oh, I'm thinking Central Standard Time. Right. They don't close till 4 Eastern Standard Time. That's why that was confusing for me. I'm telling you guys, man, that time shift to California, it really screwed with me. I suddenly realized when we start crossing time zones that I was going to have to start waking up even earlier every single day. I have no idea how you guys in California do it. I realized that if you wanted to get up and start trading at normal trading hours, for me here in Texas is 6, but for you guys in California, that's 4 a.m. Y'all got to get up at 4 a.m. to start trading. That's redonkulous. Redonkulous. I don't know what's up with that. It's messed up. I don't think I could do it. I would struggle. I did struggle. That's why you guys didn't see me so much. And let me tell you, I have to tell you guys, oh man, I failed you guys. On the trip, I really wanted to do much more active reporting on what was going on with the stock. But at the same time, I was torn. I could see my son wanting to spend time with his dad, quality time, and here I was wanting to do these live feed streams and whatnot. And so I had to make the choice to put it down and spend that time with him. It was so hard to do because I feel dedicated into making this channel something you guys can rely on. But I did. I put it down, and it was hard for me to do. It was really tough for me to do. But I think it was a good choice. I just realized that I don't even have any of my data up on the screen for you guys. Sorry. I'm going to refresh. Yeah, I'm glad I just did that. We're up to 2 million shares traded so far. All right, guys, I'm going to do another. We've got about 12 more minutes before I start the next technical reading. I thought we were getting ready to have a breakout here. Thanks, Sheely. I appreciate that. James Lisby, I haven't seen you on here before. I don't think I have. I have bad memory. Welcome to the channel. If you've been here before, I apologize for not remembering. I don't have the best memory in the world. I like to refer to my mind as like a, I think that people in general have like either hard disk drives or they have RAM for memory. And I'm a hard disk drive. Once it gets written onto the hard disk drive, it stays forever. But I have no RAM, none whatsoever. Once I turn off at the end of the night, it's gone forever. It no longer exists in my memory. So yeah, every night I refresh that memory bank and it's gone. So, but you know what though, we're a tight community on here. And the more that you say, the more that I see your name up there, the more I'm going to recognize you. And I appreciate everybody's contributions who comes on here and has things to say, because I love it when people point stuff out or ask questions. So for those of you who weren't listening earlier, I'm just going to go ahead and repeat it again. I'm committing to hourly technical readings. So every hour on the hour, I will do technical readings of all the data to just kind of get an idea for where we stand. So if you ever want to come to the channel during a specific time and you want to hear about what's going on with the stock, that's what I'm going to try and commit to is doing it on the hour. And then the rest of the time we can either talk about, sweet tea or whatever, and technical analysis or whatever you guys want to talk about. But we're going to keep AMC the focus. That is the title for today's channel, today's live stream. It is Keep AMC the Focus. Amazon's had news like a couple times today. They're doing stuff. I really want to see The Big Short. I need to watch that this weekend. Mental note to self. Inflow versus outflow, 552 to 553. There's a 1 point spread. It is teetering. We're going to have to probably see an explosion here soon. It's going to have to boost back up into the high $44 range. All right, let's see what we got going on here. And by the way, the reason that I said that was Carl John Jacob had posted that. Guess what's on Roku? I was saying The Big Short was on there. I want to go see that. 17 days in a row we've hit over $1 trillion in the reverse repo. 17 days in a row. That's pretty impressive. Looks like Charles Schwab posted, this is a post by Science and Pizza from Reddit saying, I don't remember Schwab being so specific, bullish. The image that they posted was from their Charles Schwab account saying, we've adjusted margin requirements on certain securities. The following requirements are in place for affected securities, and AMC is on the list. Stock 100% margin requirement for long positions. 200% margin requirement for short positions. Long calls, long puts, and covered calls are permitted. So it sounds like they've increased their margin requirements for those. Dan, which idea? I have so many ideas, I don't know. I'm never sure what, due to the delay that we have on here, the 10 to 25 second delay, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I feel like I have so many ideas all the time. It's just kind of like, I'm just spewing out ideas. Oh, I would imagine you're talking about on the hour, every hour. That's probably the last thing I was talking about. Again, that RAM memory, I'm telling you, it's really weak. I refreshed. Yeah, I want to make it easy on people, you know? Like, I know people can't come in for a 9-hour stream. It's ridiculous to expect anybody to come in for that. You know, if you're going to play me in the background, that's cool. But what I do want you to have is some kind of regularity. If you guys know that there's going to be technicals that are talked about on the hour every hour, you can just know when you're going to come and visit. And that's cool. I'm cool with that. I want this a place to be. This is like Cheers, where everybody knows your name, and we'll all just, you know, we get together when we get together. So speaking of that, I'm going to start refreshing my screens because it's about that time. And then stupid NASDAQ.com. Excuse my French on the stupid, but I really am disliking their site right now. For some reason, they just do not want to update for me. It's probably me. It's me that's stupid. I really need to go out there and I need to update my browser because I have a feeling that's a big reason why it's not working out for me. Yeah. That frustrates me. Oh, about keeping the channel focusing on AMC. Yeah, man. Keep AMC the focus. We're losing volume. You want to know where the volume's going to? It's going to a lot of the eye candy that's on the side of the road. The hedge funds are putting out signals on other stocks. They're allowing to go up in price, and they're trying to draw people away from AMC. Plain and simple. Does that mean that you can go make some money someplace else? Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. You could make money on some other shares. The focus should be kept on AMC though, right? If you lose focus of the goal, if you go off and you start fighting a bunch of little battles, little forest fires, that's when the big forest fire gets out of control, and you can't win. You just can't win the big forest fire if you're fighting a bunch of little battles. You have to focus on the big stuff. So yeah, that's why I'm heavily pushing keeping AMC the focus. You know, there's definitely money to be made on other stocks. I'm not going to lie to you. There's definitely money to be made on other stocks. But AMC is the play. That is the play that's going to make you generational wealth. So you have to ask yourself, what do you want? Do you want generational wealth, or do you want pretty shiny things on the side of the road? That's the question you got to ask yourself. All right, let's see what we got going here. It is 1 o'clock, guys. It is time to start covering our statistics. Look at the technicals. Oh my goodness. I just lost everything. There we go. You guys didn't see it, but I just lost like everything on my page. Okay, here we go. Starting with dark pools, right here next to my finger. Dark pools 65.4%. By the end of the day, that it will be about 4 to 5% higher. So we're pushing 70% in the dark pools for volume for the day today. Think about this for a second, guys. In the past, when we've seen really high percentages of shares traded in the dark pools, it's typically been on really high volume days. You know, where they have a lot of shares that they really want to, buying power that they want to push into the dark pools. Right now, we're only at 50 something. What are we at right now? Shares traded. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up. 55.5 million shares right now, and they've put 65 or plus % into the dark pools. Something is going on. They're suppressing the price greatly. They do not, we don't even have that much shares traded. 55 million, and they feel the need to put that much of a % into dark pools is crazy. Their borrowing is 2.01 million shares for the day today. That is up from 1.85. That's a big increase. Not really big. I mean, we've seen some astronomical bigs before, but we're heading up towards 3. And anytime we've seen 3 million shares traded in a day, it leads to a really big price increase. $5, $6, $7. Estimated short share interest of the free float is up even more. We're up to 17.4% now. That is climbing. Call options volume was at 34.8 for a $45 strike price. It is now up to 37.5. So up from 34.8 to 37.5. And on the puts, it was at $43. It's still $43, and it's went from 14.6 to 16.5. So the spread in volume right now on the calls versus the puts in option trading is only $2. That's pretty small. I mean, in contrast, the call versus put open interest volume is between $50 and $38. So you can see how this is really kind of narrowing down. Like the crunch is happening. You know, they're one day away from Friday. It's crunch time. It's crunch time, and they want to try and get this under 43 bucks. We want it to be higher than 45. Max pain is 41. That's at the top of the page there. You might be able to see it there. It's just above the options. It says stock price 43.10, and it says max pain 41. Max pain is the max pain price is the strike price with most open contract puts and calls, and the price at which the stock would cause financial losses for the most financial losses for the largest number of option holders at expiration. So anything higher than 41 bucks is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt them bad, which means it's not properly leveraged right now. So again, I said if we can finish this week above 44 bucks, we're golden for next week. If not, we might have kind of an average week next week. It might not be too spectacular, but the week after, oh boy, watch out. Optionville crazy. There's some crazy options coming up 2 weeks from now. So that could be an opportunity for gamma squeeze. All right, let's look at the rest of the stuff here that we got. Stonko Tracker. Stonko Tracker is our Petridge Farms because it remembers. So we started out the day at like 4 million ETFs shares, and it's down to 2.9 right now. So you know that's probably where most of the shares that they've borrowed today were all from the ETFs. So just kind of make a mental note of that. In the money call options, we have 32.4 thousand contracts that are in the money, 101.4 thousand out of the money put contracts. Now this number is dropping. This was about 200,000 out of the money calls, which means that there's some positions that have closed. That's good to see. I like seeing that number come down. There's people who are making money in the options and walking away with it, hopefully. It's probably right around the $44 range. And let's see. Wow, I did not put this over to here. Okay, we're going to have to give this just a second to update. I'll put this back up for you guys because I just realized that my picture was in the way there. Just so that you can see it. Okay, 3,967 advancers in the market to 2,649. The market is advancing over declining. The NASDAQ, however, is reversing. It is down 0.15%, where the Dow Jones is up 0.14%, and the S&P 500 is 0.04%. So the market's starting to swing back in the other direction. We had 4,000 advancers over here earlier, and it's starting to kind of swing more towards decliners. We'll have to see where those industries start popping up over here. Robinhood is down 0.35%. Here it is. This is what I'm saying. Most of these were in the green earlier today. Now they're starting to fall into the red. Robinhood is down 0.29%. Amazon is down 0.51%. Cinemark is up 1.18%. Doge is down 1.58%. GameStop is down 0.15%, and we are up 1.61%. And we're bouncing ever so much off of this wedge once again. I keep drawing the wedge further and further out, and it just it's not really working out for me. I'm trying to predict the point at which we're going to consolidate and then squeeze out, because it's essentially what it looks like is what is happening. I feel like there's a squeeze kind of coming in here. It's gonna one direction or the other. It's gonna definitely squeeze out. To me, it looks like. Let me try something a little different. Let's try this. I probably should have left the other lines, but oh well. There's our breakout. That's what I'm going for. We'll see some consolidation coming in here, probably breaking out. Looking at GameStop, they were trending like us, really familiar, very similarly to how we were this morning. It's a little different now. Our inflow, if I can ever get this to update. Fighting for internet. Inflow 567 to outflow 566. 1 point spread difference. Not much. We've kind of been following up the trend here. So this is a this line that you see kind of going diagonal through the page here. That's my 1 hour trend that I have built out from earlier, and like 2 weeks ago, I think actually. Was it 2 weeks ago? No, it wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was basically when I went on vacation on the 24th. So we're trading underneath that currently on the 1 hour. But I think that we're going to have a spike up in the price and it's going to kind of draw back in here. So I can readjust this to see if we can kind of come up with like a better point in time. It would look something more along the lines of like this. So now it's now because it's extended, it's going to definitely push our breakout of this above 48.60 into next week for sure. Tomorrow, more than likely it'll be like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. On a 1 hour interval, our RSI is at 48.2. On a 30-minute interval, it is at 52.2. At a 5-minute interval, our RSI is at 50. So really the price can move in either direction, which is, it's that kind of consolidation period. It can go both up and down. It's consolidating. Hopefully we bounce off this 44.26 here and don't bounce out the bottom side here. I don't see any strong levels of support until probably around, looks like 44.10. So we might drop out here. I have to say, like, I've done a really poor job today trying to predict where the price is going. It's been, I mean, there's been some successful periods of time today, but for the most part, I feel like it's been me just kind of adjusting out time frames. It's been doing some funky stuff today, for sure. Let's look at our Bollinger Band. It's not trading outside of the Bollinger Band really right now. So it could have more room to move down. As I say it moves up. It's just like, I can't predict this stuff, guys. I'm trying the best I can to look at indicators. It is what it is. This box is a little bit big for my liking. There we go. What is this? I will be taking break at a little bit different times right now because of the whole on the hour every hour with the technicals. So I'm going to do. I usually take break now at 10:20 in the morning my time to 11, and then this afternoon at 1:20 until 2. So I'll be back for that last hour of trading. Let's see what there is in the news. Check the news out real quick. 1 hour ago, analyst defends AMC. Oh gosh, just disappeared on me. Analyst defends AMC stock downgrade that has the apes up in arms. Interesting. Let's read this. This is on Yahoo Finance. I'm curious how he wants to defend it. The AMC Apes, and they're quoting at AMC Apes, were quick to shred the downgrade of their favorite company on Twitter from Macquarie analyst Chad Bainan on Wednesday, a move that wiped away 7.3% of their stock price. That was yesterday. A day later, Bainan is standing by his call because, well, the fundamentals warrant a more bearish stance. Nobody's trading this stock on fundamentals. I mean, if you had a bullish stance on fundamentals on this stock, then you shouldn't even have a job. Honestly, the stock is being traded on technicals, not fundamentals. So that's a red flag right there on this guy's part. Quote, it has been pretty difficult time to cover AMC, end quote, Bainan said Thursday on Yahoo Finance Live. Quote, the AMC story is really a momentum and technically driven, and a lot of the leaders of this AMC following have highlighted this as a really good time from a technical standpoint. A lot of people are calling for a breakout. Some believe that the stock can get to 100, some believe it could get to 100,000, end quote. Bainan isn't on board with either of those price targets. The analyst slashed his rating to underperform from neutral on AMC. Bainan didn't pull any punches on what fair value should be for AMC, $6 a share or more than 80% from current levels. The analyst slashed his rating. Wait, Bainan didn't pull any punches. That sounds like a punch to me. If he's going to say that the stock is worth $6 or 80% of what it is currently at right now, that sure sounds like a punch. The downgrade reflects two important considerations by Bainan, an admitted movie buff. First, box office receipts will continue to be lackluster due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Who cares? Even if they are down. I don't think that's going to be the case, but even if they are down, it's not going to matter. Technicals have nothing to do with the performance of AMC. And two, AMC fundamentals stink and will remain stinky amid those sluggish box office receipts. I was just saying the same exact opposite of the technicals earlier. I was saying the technicals stink a stinky fish, the stinkiest fish you can have. How do you look at the fundamentals and ignore the technicals? I don't understand that. I don't ignore the fundamentals, but I address them. They stink. I agree with them. I agree. Our fundamentals stink like stinky stink, but so do the technicals, and that's the problem. Looking forward, fundamentals are nowhere near where shares are trading given the company carries deferred rent of $420 million in addition to its annual rent expense of $1 billion. Normalized maintenance capex is $140 million and annual interest is $420 million. Overall, we do not see the company generating positive free cash flow until 2023 and believe that there are other ways to own the theater space. Bainan wrote in the note to clients. AMC shares fell another 1% on Thursday as investors, however faithful they are to AMC CEO Adam Aron, continue to digest Bainan's downgrade. Bainan says a fresh wave of selling in AMC could soon be approaching too. We do think after Labor Day, when some of these investors are back at work and maybe they are looking at other things, maybe they are gambling on sports, maybe the bloom comes off the rose a little bit. But yes, certainly there has been a lot of negative feedback. A lot of people just go back and say the fundamentals don't matter. We think that they still do, and we think that at some point the technical factors that everyone loves about AMC become more attractive on other meme stock names. Now, this is what I'm talking about, keeping the focus on AMC, right? He has a point. I have to give this guy some credit. If enough of these small little fires start popping up and people start leaving volume of AMC, or they start selling the stock of AMC to start chasing these other small fires, then we have a problem on our hands. So far, I'm not seeing any signs of people leaving the stock. I'm definitely seeing volume lower, which means that people are possibly spending some money or investing money in other places instead of AMC. But it doesn't mean that they're selling shares. At least not yet. I'm not seeing any signs of that. So I'll let you guys know if I start to see something like that. But at this point, I'm really not worried about it. And that's why I think we do need to make a push to say that AMC needs to be the focus. If we don't drive that opinion home to everybody, then we lose the opportunity of having the short squeeze of a lifetime, the MOAS. No MOAS, it's game over, guys. Stock market as usual, nothing changes. Everything's back to the way it's always been. If that's what we want, then we go start chasing those small fires. If we want the changes, if we want to have the MOAS, you keep AMC the focus. Let's see. He goes on to say, when that happens, when people start looking at other meme stocks, when that happens, that's when we think a lot of AMC investors could move into another name they find more attractive, and then the fundamentals will matter. Explained Benyon. I agree with what he's saying. I don't think that that's the outlook long term. I know a lot of people who are saying that they're chasing some of these smaller fires are going to start investing their winnings back into AMC. We'll see if that happens. It depends on how many small fires there are that are out there. I mean, we already watched AMC drop into the top 5 from 1st to 5th on the trending stocks on Fidelity, and then back into 1st place, and then it got overtaken by ANY. I don't even know who that is. Who is ANY? Sphere 3D. I don't even know what the hell this is. Volume 193.3. Their 3-month average volume per day is 14.61 million shares, and then all of a sudden, boom, they're a somebody. Let's look at this. Look, I'm not trying to make this the focus, but you guys just have to see how ridiculous this is. Look at the volume today compared to the past. Do you see how ridiculous this is? People are chasing these things. You know, it's a $6.50 stock up to 12. You know, they're doubling their money. They're trying to make some money here. So yeah, if you're a day trader, you know, stuff like this is going to be exciting to you. Look at these sell orders over here, guys. Wait, are we looking at the same page? Hold on a second here. I gotta make sure you guys. Okay, yeah, you're seeing it. I mean, look at the sell orders. 100,000 shares for sale at 990. You know, are you going to be one of those people who gets caught on this, right? Like, if you invest into this, are you going to get out early enough? If you do get out, do you hit the time right? Meaning, let's say, for example, the AMC starts to take off, right? If AMC starts taking off in price, you have to wait 2 days before your money will be back in your account to where you can trade back into AMC. Are you going to catch the wave? Will you be too late? These are good questions you need to ask yourself before you start looking at other things. And this is why the focus needs to be remaining on AMC. I feel I feel like I'm betraying AMC just by even talking about it, but I mean, it has to be said. You know, these are definitely eye-attracting stocks to go. You know, that I can see why people want to move on where the movement is. But the problem is that it's trying to distract you from the biggest thing that could ever happen to your life, generational wealth-wise. than you could ever have. I mean, sure, go sink $2,000 into a stock that you can double your money on overnight and make $2,000. Congratulations. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have generational wealth? Just saying, it's your choice, because that's what it could mean the difference of. Well, it's more than just generational wealth. It's fixing the system, right? I mean, it's not just generational wealth. Look at our volume, 57.65 million shares traded for the day. I had no idea I was going to be even this close to right. I thought for sure we'd be around 90 to 100 million shares, and I was going to be off. But nope, my 60 to 80 million volume prediction this morning is going to pan out for me. And it's because a lot of our volume is getting sucked into some of these other stocks. The eye candy's out there. You're either going to fall for it or you're not. I know all of these hedge funds would love to see people fall for the eye candy out there. Think about that for a second. Throwing your volume into something else, another stock, is essentially the same thing as not holding on AMC. It's essentially the same thing, right? You're feeding volume someplace else. That's not buying and holding. That's something entirely different. And that's what makes AMC work, is buying and holding. That's probably the best takeaway. All right, guys, it's break time for me. I'll be back. I'm excited about the last hour today. I think we're gonna have a nice breakout. It did not finish this. It did not finish once again. Another pattern that I've drawn up here, and I'm gonna delete once again. We're just gonna have to see where this goes, because I honestly, the technical analysis on where this is going right now is just it's sideways trading. You can draw a line right through the middle of this right here at about $43.36, and that's what we're kind of averaging. It's just kind of bouncing around on that. So let's see what happens towards the end of the day when the volume starts to pick up a little bit, and hopefully it'll be in our favor. I'll see you guys back here at 2 o'clock. Alright guys, I'm back. Let's go ahead and take a look at our technicals here. I'm still a little disappointed in my NASDAQ page. It's supposed to be in the top right up there. Just not showing up. It really kind of bothers me. Anyways, I gotta move on. Dark pools sitting right here next to my finger. We have 65.32%. We know it's going to be about 4 to 5% higher than that in Stonk Tracker. So somewhere Stonk Tracker will probably report 69 to 70% tomorrow if this continues to trade the way that it is. Borrowed change in the last hour has changed from 2.01 earlier. It is now up to 2.16. 17.43% of the short share interest on the free float is up, I believe, from earlier as well, ever so slightly. I think it's like the 0.03 basically. I think it was like 17.4 earlier. On the call volume, it looks like on a $45 strike price, it went up from 37.5 to 42,000 contracts. And on the put side, it went from 16.5 up to 22. I'll let you guys just kind of look over that data here for just a second. While I refresh Stonko Tracker. The big old Stonko. In case you're watching, in case you're watching, Mr. Grimes, I got your message. I feel like a beer. It does feel like beer 30. I didn't bring one over. I think maybe I should go grab one. Dilemma. Let's see. If we hit, where are we at price at right now? I'll check it out here in just a second. Looks like $44. If we hit $44.50 here in just a little bit, I'll go grab a beer. 600,000 shares available to borrow. Let's see, Stonko Tracker is showing that is increasing over time. However, the ETFs are very slow to be replaced. They were at 4 million at one point, if you remember correctly. So most of the borrowing today came from ETFs. On the call side, in the money, we got 43,000 options in the money. Out of the money, we have 113,000. I just had like one of the strangest thoughts ever. I'm not going to share it. I just had this thought of like, you know, I wonder if, I know I go out and I watch other people, you know, say like Twitter or YouTube, and I had this weird thought, like, what if I had like one of the people who I watch come and watch my show? It would just be, I don't ask me why my mind was off in another la la land for a brief moment. How weird that would be. Anyways, advancers 4,138. So the market's starting to turn back towards green. With advancers at 4,138 to decliners of 2,542. NASDAQ is up 0.09, Dow Jones up 0.29, S&P 500 up 0.21. Robinhood is down 0.13, Amazon 0.45. Cinemark is up 1.15. They're actually doing the best out of anybody today. Doge, at this moment in time, Doge is down 1.79, GameStop is down 0.34, and we are up 0.89%. And that's where we stand. Let me look for signals. I mean, today has just been one crazy day today. It's just been all over the place. I mean, we're still. I mean, this just kind of looks like a top to me right here. I mean, I know if we got like several different tops, but if anything, we've touched or blown past like 44.74. So I'm gonna draw a line across here because I know it hits at least 4 points here. Oh, come on, line. Right here. I'm drawing it straight across to about here. Well, I can't get 0% angle? What the heck is up with that? Alright, there it is. Then I'm going to draw this. I feel like I've drawn so many of these today that it's kind of nutty. So this is going to have to extend out a little bit further to about there. Oh, son of a gun. Where does that term come from, son of a gun? Oh my gosh, my mind, this is the ADD kicking in. I can feel it. I can feel my mind is just wandering. Keep the focus on AMC, guys. Focus. Focus on AMC, Casey. All right. I had to, my title for the day today is keep AMC the focus, and I'm already deviating onto like different things in my mind. Let's see here. Let's check out and see. I just want to look and see if AMC is how it's doing on inflow versus outflow. If I had to guess, they're like pretty dang near close to the same. Okay, so more outflow than inflow, and yet we're up, which is kind of odd. So 628 to 624, 4-point spread. We have about an hour left to go. If we hit 44.50, I'll go grab a beer. I'm making that a dedicated beer moment. There's no pressure on you guys to do anything to make that happen. Just saying. I'm just going to do it. I do want to... I have this, like, desire to look this up. You guys, you're going to laugh at me. The phrase son of a gun originated in the British Royal Navy during the 1800s when the naval officers were allowed to have their wives accompany them to sea and babies born abroad. Ship were delivered in spaces between the broadside guns. Wait, ship were delivered. I think they meant to say babies were delivered in the spaces between the broadside guns. The term applied to boys born at sea and was slightly contemptuous. Son of a gun. Okay, now you know. In case you ever wondered. Son of a gun is the son of a military man. Well, I guess I'm a son of a gun. Both my parents were military, so I am the son of guns. Son of guns. Oh man, I almost I almost want to rename the channel the Son of Guns. That's kind of crazy. I never knew where that term came from. All right, I drew my chart here. We got a bit of a big wedge triangle. I keep wanting to call it a wedge. It's a triangle. I got a bit of a triangle going here off of multiple touching points off the day today. This is, what this is trying to signify is a breakout sometime in the aftermarket hours today. I mean, quite honestly, we have not seen anything like that happen in the recent past. So I would not hold me to this whatsoever. As mostly what we've been seeing as of late is just kind of flatwards trading, whatever the price ends at. So, I could see like, I could see us hitting like 44.50 or something like that real close to the end of the day and just flatline trading right through this box here. Or we might just end at 40. It's another fight for 44. Didn't we, what did we end the day yesterday at? Yesterday's ending price was 43.69. So a fight for 44 today would be okay. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. I did say that we need to close this week out at 44 or higher. If we close out above 44 for this week, that moves us into some really high volatile activity for next week. If not, if it's under 44, I tend to think that we have a little bit of sideways trading next week, and the action happens the week after. Does it ever feel like I keep saying that? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Volume is at 62.53 million shares traded for the day today with 1 hour left to go. That is 330 minutes. So let's see here. I'm going to take off 330, 340. So 62.5 divided by 340 times 390. Yep. 71.69 million shares is what we're on average for. So we're gonna be real close to right down the middle of what I predicted. I was saying 60 to 80 million shares traded today. We're gonna hit right down the middle. So you know, throughout the day today, I thought I was gonna be way wrong. Yeah, for most of the portion of the day today, we were trading. Well, you know, we started out around 150 million shares on average. It slightly started to decrease to 140, and then it made a big jump from 140 down to 100 around 10 a.m. On average, and then it just slowly decreased more and more and more and more. So I know that I made a comment to somebody who was a Reddit user about. I made a comment to them about volume being extremely predictive and being able to identify, you know, what kind of days you're going to have just by looking at the morning's volume. I'm still holding true to that. You know, I think I've done a pretty good job in the past of predicting volume just based off of what I've seen in the first, you know, between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, the first hour of the show. I've done a pretty dang good job of doing that. I can't say the same for the price. I'm terrible at predicting the price. I am actually the worst of the, I believe I'm the worst of the four of us. Of the four of us who guess the price on a daily basis, I do the worst. But I get the volume down pretty good. And that's the important thing to me, because to me volume is super important for our end game. When it comes to the end game, when we're looking to sell our shares at some point, volume is going to play a big role in identifying what we're talking about. And I want to cover this one more time, simply because, oh no, I think I got rid of it. Oh no, I'm gonna have to like go way back. Son of a dog biscuit. I'm changing it now. Okay, give me just give me a couple minutes here. I gotta find this because you guys have to see this. I want to show you why volume is so important to be watching. I'm gonna have to drive back basically 9 hours ago, 9 or 10 hours ago in Reddit to find this, but I am determined because this is really important. I wanted to touch on this one more time throughout the day, and I usually get a lot of you guys in here checking stuff out around this time, so I want to make sure that I get this up on here, and I want to bookmark it. Let's see here. Right now I'm 5 hours ago. I need to go back 9 hours. Oh my gosh, this is painful. I'm at 6. This is such a good post, guys. It's a really good post. It has to do with volume and the repeatability of the patterns of volume over time. Oh, come on. 7. I'm 8 hours into Reddit here. I'm almost there. Oh. I probably could have gone to my history. It would have been a lot easier. Oh well, I'm already there. For those of you who are listening right now, I'm curious. While I was on vacation and gone, who did you guys go watch? I do want to know. I want to know who you went and watched because I would love to go hit those guys up too and see what they're saying. You know, who's your go-to people when you're looking for something to fill the time where I'm at. You know, maybe I can do a collaboration with some of those guys. If it's somebody like Trey, probably not. I love Trey, but he's probably not going to talk with me. I'm probably pretty low on his radar right now, just being honest. But you know, if it is somebody who's just kind of starting out, maybe we can make something work out. I'm getting there, guys. I can feel it. I'm getting really close. No, I'm not. I'm way off. 12 hours ago. That's pretty sure it was sooner than that. I had to have here it is right here. I just found it. Okay, I'm throwing this back up on the screen. You guys got to see this. This is why volume is so important, and this is why we're tracking. This is why I track volume. I think this is absolutely crucial. Hold on, I'm going to bookmark this moment, and we'll talk about it. Okay, why is volume so important? I'm going to show you. This is a perfect Reddit post to explain exactly why volume is so important. Let me turn on the volume here in just a second. Rewind this a little bit here. I'm going to pull it open nice and big, get rid of my ugly mug and everything that's on the screen so you guys can see everything on here really good. I'm going to turn this way up. Hopefully it doesn't blast us out. And here we go. Listen, watch this and listen. January, May volume cycle. Okay, so he's got January on the screen right here. This is what you're looking at is January. Now listen to what he has to say.
Check this. This is January to May volume cycle for AMC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is June to August volume. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then September cycle 1, 2. You might be looking at this and saying, how do we know this and this is the same cycle, right? So I can do something for you guys. Look at this. I take this, bring down all the way up to here. Copy.
So simple, DD, guys. So simple.
And let's put it over here. You can see what I mean. You see the one?
He should have put it right on top.
2s, 3s, 4s.
Okay, there's a little bit of spread between the 5s there.
5s, 6s, 7s, 8s.
Oh man, it got blurry real quick, didn't it?
Guess where we are right now?
Well, let me pause this, guys. I know this just got really blurry on the screen here.
Guys.
How do I fix this?
7s, 8s. Guess where we are right now, guys? 1s, 2s, and what's to come.
Yeah. That's why I'm tracking. I'm tracking volume because of those kind of reasons. You guys need to watch that. Volume is super, super important to where we're going. Okay, so I'm reading what you guys have. A no-talk live stream of level 2 to fall back on keeps the jitters away. Sheely says Astro and CS trades. Okay, I'm gonna have to check. I know who Astro is. That's a good one. I'm gonna have to check out CS trades. Ironically, CS is actually my initials, which is kind of weird. CS trades. I'm gonna have to check that one out. And that's great, guys. That's awesome. I love that you guys put that down there. I'm gonna have to go check those out. But do you see why volume is so important? I hope you guys see that volume is super important on tracking on a daily basis, because our volume tends to have, well, all right, I came to this conclusion. There's no reason for our volume to be as high as it is ever, right? If you think about it. I'm trying to take you down the path that the thinking path that I went down when I started thinking about volume and why it was so important. I don't think that people are actually trading that many shares in a single day. Like, for example, our average volume on a 3-month period is 140.16 million shares traded per day. That is, like, I think 30-something% of our total volume. Let me just do the quick math on it. It's kind of important to know. So the total amount of volume that we can trade in one day is would be our float, right? Our float is 511.65. So we'll just say 511 million. All right. And then our average is 140. 27.4% of our total float is traded on an average daily basis. And if you were to look at what I would consider to be a gold standard of trading volume, which happens to have a very similar amount of total outstanding shares as we do, is Amazon. They only trade on average, let's go over and look at it real quick. Amazon trades on average 3.2 million shares per day. This is what a normal stock looks like. 3.2. It ends up coming out to like 0.06. I think it's like 0.6. I think it's like 0.6% of their total volume is traded in a single day. This is what it's supposed to look like, right? And of course I realize that their price is way higher, but even with a price drop of like $600, we had a $600 day where they dropped that amount of money in one single day a while back, and I went back and I referenced it. Average volume, same, didn't change. It's very, very easy to predict what the volume is going to be. I mean, they're actually kind of low today at 2.37. But yeah, I mean, it's super regular. Where ours is all over the place. Do I think we're actually trading all those shares? I don't. I don't think that we're actually trading all those shares. All the share that we're seeing trade each day is not movement by retail. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. So there's other nefarious, I don't want to say nefarious. Nefarious is a bad word. There's other background things that are happening. Maybe it's institutions, brokers, whatever it may be, where they're dealing with a lot of trading of shares back and forth through different things. And this is why I came to the conclusion that volume is really important, because when we start to see volume spike, that's when that's when retail investors come in and they're actually impacting what's happening to the volume. So when we have these low volume days today, like right now, we're only 63 million shares traded. That would be, to me, meaning that, nobody's really doing much. Like, everybody's just kind of holding. And sure enough, if you come over to Fidelity and you check it out to see what's actually happening, it does say that we are the highest trending stock for trades, but which, I mean, I guess that does kind of indicate that we're doing something. Actually, we're the second highest, but it says 52 to 48 buys over sells. If people are actually buying and selling the stock that much, I don't know. I think you'd see like just massive quantities of volume, and it's just not happening. So I don't know. I just kind of came to this determination that volume it's kind of impacted by outside sources outside of retail control. Whether or not I'm right or not, I don't know. But I do see a correlation to price based on high volume days. So obviously, the higher the volume, the better for us. And this is why we keep AMC as the main focus. If we keep AMC as the main focus, volume goes up. The more we talk about AMC and Twitter, the more we talk about AMC and Reddit, the more we talk about it wherever we're at, the more eyes are on the stock, and the more that impacts volume. And the more volume goes up, the more the price goes up. Plain and simple. Makes it really easy. So we're getting close to the end of the day here. We got about 35 more minutes to go. Let me see. I'm going to write down your guys' suggestions on who you look at, because I do want to, I'm going to go check out some of these guys. I don't know if Astro has his own live stream or his own web stream YouTube channel, but I'm gonna have to check it out and see if he does. So Astro CS Trades. That's so funny. CS Trades could have totally been my the name of my show, and of course I pick AMC and ADD. That's funny. A large neutral volume trading back and forth will need an equally high outside volume to move it. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. And that's really what we have. We have a neutral volume inside our brokers, right? We don't have a whole lot of trading. It's just net neutral. I've actually mentioned this before. I don't remember who I was talking to exactly, but I know I had mentioned to him. I said, I'm a firm believer that when you go to buy and sell shares within a broker, if that broker can deal all those trades in house, I think they'll do that. I think that they'll trade because they have to own shares in order to make the trades in the first place. And so, say for example, let's say they buy, we'll just say one AMC share at $40, right? And you buy it for, 41. And so they give it to you. They've already made $1 off of you, and then you sell it. Let's say you sell it. Let's say you sell it at a loss. It's just fun and games we're talking about here. So you sell it at 39. So they've now made $2 off of you. They made $1 from the sale, and they also made the $2 that you lost during that period of time. Because then what happens is if they have somebody else who buys that same share at 39, they don't take the loss. That person, they're basically just transferring that share from the person inside their same brokerage to another person, and so it never actually makes it back to the market again. So everything's in house, and they don't eat the costs. They just simply transfer the share over to somebody else inside the same brokerage. So when we see a 50-50 trade on Fidelity, there's more than likely a lot of trading that's just happening within the brokerage. It's not actually making it to the lit market. I don't know how much of that would be legal to do. I don't know if they're allowed to do that or not. It's something I'd have to investigate to see if that's possible, but I'm pretty sure that something along those lines occurs. Unless you specify, unless you go to your brokerage and specify that you want it to be traded straight to the lit market, then they have options. They have options on how they can trade those shares. So normally I like to see our push start right around like 2:45 my time. It's usually the last 15 minutes where it's the most effective. I haven't seen a really big push quite yet. So it's good that it's being delayed a little bit here. And Mr. Grims, if you're happening to watch right now, I did get your message and I will respond to it as soon as I get off the channel today. I'm really looking forward to watching The Big Short this weekend. And don't fault me for not having seen it. Hey guys, you think it's going to stay around 4? John, what are you talking about 4? You mean 44? Do we think it's going to be up or down from 44? Yeah, I do think that today is looking like it's going to be a fight for $44. You know, we haven't moved up to I mean, usually it's the last 15 minutes where we really push in the big fight, but it's hovering right around 44 right now. So we'll see what ends up happening. Mr. Graham, any thoughts what TMW may look like? A fair amount of calls at 45. Man, I hate to do this to you. I'm keeping the focus on AMC, man. I'm keeping the focus on AMC. What's TMW? I feel like that's another stock. I feel like but then you say calls at 45. All right, I'll pull up TMW just to pull it up, just see what it is. Tomorrow. Okay, good. I thought you were talking about because the number was so close to where we're at. Okay, good. I'm so glad that you're asking a question about this stock. Tomorrow may look like a fair amount of calls at 45. Let me check the options real quick here. I'll put us on the options page just so you all can see it. I was like, please don't, not TMW, not now. I don't even know if that is a stock. Let's see, 45. So we have, yeah, 45 is our highest level of volume. I really do feel like we're going to be pushing past 45. Let me pull out to the 1 hour chart here and show you what I got going on. I'm going to remove this this noise that's here real quick. So get rid of this noise here, and this is where we're at right now, $44. I'm going to put the noise back on. You'll see that this is on a 1 hour interval. This is where we're at right here. This is my little chunk of time. So when I zoom in on 1 minute interval, this is that little tiny blip that you see there. This is what we're looking at, and I'm hoping to see a breakout in the aftermarket hours, although I don't think it's going to happen because typically speaking, when we get into the aftermarket hours, it just flatlines. So I don't think that this indicator is going to hold up, although it is kind of pointing towards a possible breakout. We have 4 touches up at a $44.75 range today alone. You know, and the breakout would be kind of in this zone area here in the aftermarket hours. Again, I don't know that it's going to happen, but that could lead into tomorrow moving up. So, but if I pull back out to the 1 hour, what I want to show you is that I have a much bigger, same kind of pattern forming, right? We're still trading inside that pattern. If we do have that breakout, it's going to push us up further up into this pattern for tomorrow. The top of this pattern is touched 3 times. This will probably be the 4th time tomorrow, somewhere around 48 bucks. And then I would expect another drawback and some consolidation leading into next week. Next week, Tuesday, possibly Wednesday. Let's see, this would be Friday, so this is Tuesday next week. Don't forget that we're off Monday. Tuesday next week or Wednesday next week, the breakout of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 day, 10 or 11 day triangle, bullish triangle. So, and then, you know, that could be the end of this parabolic motion that we've been having. I really said that we needed to hit the end of this week over $44. If we can hit the end of this week into over 44, that pushes us into next week as having a really good week. So we're really trying to stay above 44 bucks. And I feel like we have good signals for tomorrow, just based off of how we're closing right now. You know, with this bullish. This line that's kind of going through diagonally, that's the other portion of the wedge, but it's all the way Webull does things. It's all jacked up, so just kind of ignore it. I'm like making hand signals over here. You can't even see them because I don't have it on the screen. Oh, look at that borrowed change, 2.74 million. I just put it back up on the screen for you guys to see. They just borrowed a crap ton more shares. That's really good. Anytime we see 3, that's my magic number. Every time we see 3 million shares borrowed, typically we start seeing a price hike. So yeah, I think it's looking really good for 45 for tomorrow. Looking really, really super good. Trying to hide your Gen X-ness with abbreviations. I like that. That's pretty good. ITM. See, if you wrote ITM, I probably would have gotten that. ITM, I get. Yeah, I don't know. At my old job that I used to work at, I actually created an abbreviation for it was UFA, and it started sticking. I actually got it to stick, and it's funny because I hear my wife, who still works at that old job, will come home and she'll say, "Well, I put the tool in UFA," and it's so funny to me to hear people who are still using it at the company, and it stands for out of full auto. So we had systems that was just working when I was at Samsung. You know, you have systems that you're running in full automation, and sometimes you have to take the system out of full automation. And I got tired of saying I'm taking out a FA, or you know, a lot of people would say FA, but not everybody got it, and so I would just type in OOFA, out of full auto. And I know, of course, you don't need the O for of. But I would put it in there. Yes, you're right, Jason. You are 100% right. Normally, borrowed shares does indicate ladder attacks, but there's one other thing that borrowed shares can go towards. And if you know what that one other thing is, and it's not being used to short ladder attack down the price, what is that one other thing that they can use those shares for? See if it's a little quiz. See if you can think of one other thing you can use. They could use those borrowed shares for. I'll pull it up on another screen because I've been talking about it pretty recently. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen here. Longs? Nope, not longs. Here's our on loan average day. Remember how these two numbers are starting to separate, meaning that they're covering short loans, but they're not covering older loans. And when they don't cover older loans, you get failure to delivers. And how do you reduce the amount of failure to delivers? Well, you got to find shares somehow. Yep, to swap. You swap out your loans with failure to delivers. So you borrow new shares and you swap them out. Yep, It's exactly right. So basically what's going to happen is we just saw 3 million shares today without much of a price drop. In fact, we had a price increase. 3 million shares borrowed today without a price decrease means those are going to be used for old loans. Every single time we've seen this on loan average age per day indicator start to drop within 7 to 15 business days, we see a massive price increase. These two numbers are going to start to convert. You're going to see on loans start to kick up. On loans are going to start kicking up. On loan average days is going to kick down, and they're going to diverge. They're going to come. These two numbers are going apart, and they're going to start coming back together. And as soon as they diverge, boom, you're going to see these massive numbers of failure to deliver start popping up because they have new on loans. I'm excited. Sorry, I got excited. You got me excited talking about it. Yeah, everything's kind of falling into place. It's exactly what we want to see happening, which means that utilization is probably going to start going up, right? Because as soon as they start borrowing more shares to cover some of their older failure to delivers, or sorry, not their older loans, then that increases utilization. When utilization goes up, your short share of interest on the free float goes up. All the indicators are going to start pointing in the correct direction as soon as that number, or that on loan average age day starts dropping. All those indicators are going to start popping. So those failure to delivers that are basically at 1 million shares at the end or middle of August, I can guarantee right now are pretty, they're getting up high. They're getting up really, really high because those on loan average age per day are up there. So we know that's how it tells me we have huge amounts of failure to delivers that are going to start reporting here really soon. We just got a report of it increasing, right? I'll pull it back over to the side real quick. We just got a big report. Not a big report. We got another report in the last 15 days at the beginning of August, and you can see it just starting to spike up. But do you see how when it starts to spike up, it's when the price starts, or sorry, not the price, when this indicator starts going up as well. So as this starts to go up, this green line right here, these failure to delivers, I can guarantee you are going higher and higher and higher and higher. So this is the exciting point. This is for me. This is where I get all jacked up and I'm amped and I'm like, yes, it's coming. It is so coming. And if you look at options, go look at options for 2 weeks out from now. It's gonna blow your mind. It's just gonna. I'll pull it up for you on the screen. We'll look at it. Oh no, I don't want to make it. I don't want to mess up my my order. It's gonna mess up my order, my screens, and I really like having them in the order they're in right now. If I pull it up on the other side, let me think of a way I can show you guys. Give me 1 second. I'll put you on the stats page real quick. So you're currently looking at current loans, or sorry, options. I'm going to open up the ones for 2 weeks from now. So you'll see a gap here. That's next week's, that positive sign. And I'm going to show you 2 weeks from now. And as I scroll down here, look at the open interest 2 weeks from now. Actually, the best way to see it is on Stonko Tracker. If you go onto Stonko Tracker, you'll see what I'm talking about. But if I scroll down here to roughly around the price range that we're in, look at this open interest that's here. Do you see the amount of open interest? This exceeds where we're at right now currently, and this is all for 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks from now is 14 days. 7 to 14 business days after that number starts dropping, right? It's all coming into alignment. The stars, the moon, the planets, they're all just lining up for us to knock them down. I get excited talking about it. I'm so sorry. I get happy. What about 45 call for tomorrow? Yep, yeah, I'll put it up there on Stonko Tracker so you guys can see it. Put you back on the main page. So if I drag down to, look at this. Look at this week. Ending 9/17. Look at all that data. Let me take my ugly face off here. 9/17. Look at that. Look at that. massive amounts of calls and puts that are out of the money. But look at how many are in the money for the calls. 348. I don't think I've ever seen a number this big. 348,000 out of the money puts. If the price jacks up this week, can you imagine? I mean, there's only going to be 33 more thousand that can add to that, but wow. Like what's his face says, wow. It's going to be crazy, guys. It's going to be pretty nuts. Get excited. We're coming close. We're in the last 15 minutes now. We're still at 44 bucks, and it looks like volume is just kind of chugging along at such a very mild rate right now. At about we're averaging about 60 to 80,000 shares a minute. Hopefully, we see the volume pick up and we see a nice spike up to 45 bucks. That would be awesome. I'd love to see that. Well, maybe not 45. It'll probably spike up to 44.26 and kind of hold somewhere around there. And then we'll see what happens in the aftermarket. Maybe it spikes out in this range. I don't know. We'll see. $3.15 million shares borrowed, guys. 3.1. We hit the magic number. 3.15. It's official. An hour, not even an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, it was at 2.16. It's increased by 1 million shares in 45 minutes. That's where they're going. And then to add to the fuel, if you want to add to the fuel at all, go to our dark pools. Look at the fact that we have 65.32% of our dark pools traded today, with only 65 million shares traded. And they decided to put 65, which I know this dark pool number is wrong. Stonk Tracker will report something like 69 to 70 tomorrow. We only traded 65 million shares, and they're putting 65 to 70% of it into dark pools. It's getting gross. It's getting gross. It's hard to watch. It's really hard to watch. I mean, I agree with you, John. I think they want it under 39 by Friday too, but I don't see how they get there. I just don't. I don't see how they get there. I mean, what they would have to do is they would have to borrow incredible amounts of shares to drive the price down. I don't know. It would just hurt so bad for them to try and drive it down to 39 bucks. I mean, I really did think yesterday I thought that they would probably try to drive us down to 39.75. Today, that my mind was changed a little bit when I saw the max pain level increase from 40 to 41, and I felt like 40.50 would be the target that they would try to drop us to. But the furthest that they got us down today, even with 65 to 70% of our total trades going into dark pools, they only were able to get us down to 42.37. The only way they could have gotten us down any further is by using borrowed shares to try and short ladder attack the price. And they didn't do that. They just didn't. I mean, because look where we're at, 44.12. We're going up. I mean, look at our inflow and outflow. I'll refresh it on the screen real quick here. Our inflow versus outflow is 656 to 659. We had a positive 1% increase in price today with more outflow than inflow. What? How's this possible? Oh, you guys are blowing me up. Let's see. I think these guys have a logarithm for every situation to create for fear in retail investors. But what they don't have are logarithms for apes. I agree with that. A bit complex, but look for large amounts of low puts far in the future. 17th of September is possible one of them. Next one is 21 January. Nice push here in the last 10 minutes. Yeah, we usually get these good pushes the last 15 minutes of the day. And then John said, because even if there are 25% price swings, there isn't a huge sell-off. Yeah. That goes back to my synthetic price failure examples. 20%, that's how much they try to swing it down. They didn't even hit 20% on this last one, right? They got up to 48.60 yesterday in the pre-market, and then the lowest they got us to today was 42.37, which is a 12.8% drop. They didn't even come close to hitting a 20% drop in price, and they couldn't even sustain that. They had to put 65 to 70% of the shares into dark pools. We're still on an upswing, and not only are we on an upswing, we've been on an upswing since 8. Is that right? 8/11. We're going on almost a month of an entire upswing. That seems odd. I mean, I'm saying it out loud, and I'm seeing my numbers, but it doesn't seem like it's. I guess it has to be true because I've been logging it. But let's check it out. Yep, there it is, right there. 8/4, 8/6, 8/11, right here. That's 8/11. We've been on an upswing ever since 8/11. All this, it's just up. And we got more coming. More coming. You think they have multiple ways of hiding the shorts? Wrinkle brain folks on. I'm not a wrinkle brain for sure. Wrinkle brain folks on Reddit have revealed a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, there's some really smart people on Reddit. I really do enjoy. I mean, that's why I surf Reddit so much. They're some of our best people. My weird way of saying dates. I don't even know what you mean. Oh, geez, we're getting so close to the end of the day. Is 9/17 a triple witching? I don't know. That's a good question. We'll have to check that out and see. I don't know if 9/17 is a triple witching. Month, day, year. Oh, month, day, year. Yeah. That's how you guys say it. I say, well, yeah, that is how I say it. Month, day, year. Yeah. You guys say it, I think you say it day, month, year, correct? I think. I'm not positive. So I wanted to see us finish the day at around 44.50. Kind of like in this range, like right in here, and then push out. Maybe spike up to that 44.80 range. Come back down, and maybe in the aftermarket hours, spike back up real quick for a strong day tomorrow. Yeah, you guys say day, month, year. Sheely, Sheely. I gotta say your name right. Tofik Fazula. I've seen him on Twitter before. What does CIA on Twitter mean? I'm not sure what CIA stands for. I saw a stat on Reddit. Someone said, imagine if 0.1% of the population are geniuses, and if there are 40.1 million apes, that means we have about 4,100 geniuses. I'm just telling you guys right now, I switched off of Facebook a long time ago, and the reason I switched off of Facebook was because I found Reddit. This is like, we're talking 4 or 5 years ago, and I was just like, I could immediately tell that the intellectual power of people on Reddit is just higher. It's just so much higher. There's way smarter people on Reddit. And so, you know, when I started seeing the whole Wall Street bets, I didn't even know that existed. But when I saw that there was a bunch of Redditors on Wall Street bets, I was like, ooh, something's going on here. You know, I know intelligence when I see it, and I know how to follow. Order imbalance on the NYSE AMC, yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. It's getting close to wrapping up the day here. We got a couple more minutes together. It's been a fun day. It really has. I'm glad to be back with you guys and doing the stream. I'm having fun. I get excited. I'm glad you guys are excited. When I see you guys making a lot of comments in here, it really excites me. Let's keep up the positive energy, and remember, keep AMC the focus, guys. AMC is the main play. Remember that. I know that there's other things that are out there, and I'm not saying that you do what's best for you, but I'm telling you right now that if we fight too many fires, the outlook or keeping the eye on the ball for AMC is where we're going to start. You know, we'll lose our volume. I really do kind of feel like it doesn't really matter what we do, because I think things are in motion, and it's going to be really difficult for the ball to stop rolling once it's in motion. But at the same time, though, I still think that we need to keep the AMC as the main focus. You know, make sure that you keep your eye on the prize, because we're talking the difference between generational wealth versus making a couple grand here and there on these little shiny pieces that are on the side of the road. So keep that in mind, because AMC does need to be the main focus for that generational wealth and for the changes in the marketplace that we want to make. The change to all the rules to get a more fair market, to stop the corruption. These are all the goals that we want to accomplish, and if we get distracted by shiny things on the side of the road, we're not going to get the main goals that we want to accomplish. Oh, cool. 17th is a quad day. Nice. Thanks for looking that up, Duncan. I appreciate that. I just heard an alarm go off. It's time for the outro, guys. I'll see you bright and early in the morning tomorrow. Take care. Don't have a good day. No, wait. I said it backwards. Don't have a good day. Have a great day. See you guys.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.